सबसे पहले द कॉन्सेप्ट विच इज इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर मैक्रोइकोनॉमिक्स इज व्हाट इज नेशनल इनकम एंड द फॉर्मूला शीट ऑफ नेशनल इनकम. तो जब हम नेशनल इनकम की बात करते हैं, द फर्स्ट कॉन्सेप्ट विच वी वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड इज व्हाट इज नेशनल इनकम. It is basically when you go ahead and measure all the economic activities of an economy. तो यहाँ पे the key word that we have, that is basically economic activity, माने ऐसा activity which should generate income. Non-generating income, illegal activities, underground activities, वर्क ऑफ हाउसवाइफ, सोशल सर्विस, ये सब जहां पे कोई इनकम जनरेट नहीं हो रहा है, दैट इज नॉन इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी एंड देयरफॉर इट इज नॉट पार्ट ऑफ द नेशनल इनकम. नेशनल इनकम यूजुअली इट इज मेजर्ड ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम एंड देयरफॉर उसको हम ये बोल सकते हैं. एंड सिंस इट्स अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, तो माने वी कैन गो अहेड एंड वी कैन से दैट इट इज समथिंग व्हिच इज कॉल्ड एज अ फ्लो कॉन्सेप्ट. यहीं से दो अलग कॉन्सेप्ट जनरेट करते हैं. वन इज कॉल्ड एज अ फ्लो कॉन्सेप्ट एंड वन इज कॉल्ड एज अ स्टॉक कॉन्सेप्ट. द फ्लो कॉन्सेप्ट इज दैट कॉन्सेप्ट विच इज मेजर्ड ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. ठीक है, जैसे यूजुअली अगर कोई अपना सैलरी बताएगा तो दे विल गो अहेड एंड दे विल टेल यू कि मेरा सैलरी इट इज 10,000. ठीक है, तो इन योर माइंड ऑटोमेटिकली इट विल हिट यू कि अच्छा 10,000 बोल रहा है तो डेफिनेटली इट विल बी ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, मे बी ओवर अ मंथ, ओवर अ ईयर. बट किसी पीरियड के लिए समवन वुड बी टेलिंग यू अ सैलरी, राइट? नो वन विल टेल यू अ सैलरी कि मेरे आज के दिन एट एज ऑफ 10th Jan 1 PM मेरा सैलरी इतना है. नो वन टेल्स सैलरी लाइक दैट, राइट? एवरीवन गोज अहेड एंड टेल्स सैलरी फॉर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, जैसे पर एनम, पर ईयर, पर मंथ. तो कॉन्सेप्ट लाइक नेशनल इनकम, कॉन्सेप्ट लाइक सैलरी, ये ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम मेजर होते हैं एंड हेंस दे आर कॉल्ड एज फ्लो कॉन्सेप्ट. इसी का द नेक्स्ट एस्पेक्ट दैट वी हैव वो हो जाता है स्टॉक कॉन्सेप्ट. स्टॉक इज मेजर्ड ओवर अ पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम. तो यूजुअली वी थिंक ऑफ इट लाइक दिस. एनसीईआरटी में ऐसे समझाया जाता है that let's say you have flowing water and water is getting accumulated in a well, right? So we can go ahead and say that this is flow and this is stock. Okay. Similarly, when we go ahead and when we write the equation of capital, कि what is the capital at period t plus 1, तो हम बोल सकते हैं कि capital at period t plus 1 is capital at period t. And then we can go ahead and we can say that, okay, there is going to be some investment and there is going to be some depreciation of capital, है ना? तो कितना कैपिटल पीरियड t plus 1 में होगा, जो भी कैपिटल पीरियड t में है, एंड देन यू गो अहेड एंड यू हैव सम अमाउंट ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट एंड डेप्रिसिएशन सब्ट्रैक्ट हो जाती है. सो वी कैन गो अहेड एंड वी कैन से कि ये जो कैपिटल है दिस इज एट अ पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, है ना? बट जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है इट इज डन ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ 1 ईयर. डेप्रिसिएशन हम हमेशा 1 ईयर पे डेप्रिशिएट करते हैं, राइट? सो दिस इज ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. So usually capital becomes a stock concept, but जो हमारा depreciation हो गया, especially net investment, this is called as net investment. Investment minus depreciation, this becomes a flow concept. Because this is addition and subtraction from existing capital. जो भी हमारा existing capital है, उसमें हम कुछ add कर रहे हैं and कुछ subtract कर रहे हैं. So therefore it goes ahead and it becomes a flow concept. Now let's go ahead and talk about इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी. ठीक है, इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है फॉर नेशनल इनकम. यू हैव टू रीड दिस डेफिनेशन वेरी वेरी वेल. तो इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी बेसिकली होता है द बाउंड्रीज ऑफ अ कंट्री. ठीक है, इसमें आई वॉन्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू गो अहेड एंड मेक श्योर दैट यू अंडरस्टैंड, राइट, कि एग्जैक्टली व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी. कौन से फैक्टर्स हैं जो इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी में इंक्लूड होते हैं एंड कौन से हैं जो इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी के आउटसाइड है. बिकॉज जो भी नेशनल इनकम का एप्लीकेशन है दैट विल बी बेस्ड ऑन योर अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी. सो इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी इज अ जोग्राफिकल रीजन, एक जोग्राफिकल रीजन है अंडर इफेक्टिव इकोनॉमिक कंट्रोल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट. ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट के अंडर आता है. बट what all is included in economic territory? So we can say that 4 or 5 main things are included in economic territory. जो हमारा फर्स्ट थिंग हो जाता है दैट इज डोमेस्टिक टेरिटरी. डोमेस्टिक टेरिटरी मीन्स लैंड एरिया, इंटरनल वाटर, जो भी हमारा रिवर, लेक, एयर स्पेस अबव द लैंड, ऑल दैट जो भी विद इन इंडिया आ रहा है, बेशक कि देयर इज वाटर, देयर इज लैंड, द एयर अबव विद इन दैट रीजन, all that is my domestic territory. Then the second thing that I have, that is called as territorial water. Territorial water is usually up to 12 nautical miles from the coastline. तो अगर मेरा ये इंडिया है and let's say I have Arabian Sea and I have ocean, Indian Ocean. So basically what we are going ahead and saying that up to 12 nautical miles, usually, that's the definition, वो भी उसी country का part होता है. Then the third one that we have, that is called as exclusive economic zone, EEZ. Exclusive economic zone basically is up to 200 nautical mile, but exclusive economic zone में एक कंट्री का एक्सक्लूसिव राइट होता है. जैसे किसी कंट्री के पास अगर एक्सक्लूसिव फिशरी राइट्स हैं, या एक्सक्लूसिव ऑयल राइट्स हैं, या एक्सक्लूसिव गैस एक्सट्रैक्शन राइट्स हैं, हाँ, then that is your exclusive economic zone. So it is a maritime zone, हाँ, which is extended up to 200 nautical miles from a country's coastline. और इसमें कंट्री का सोवरेन राइट होता है. सोवरेन राइट माने कि इसमें या तो फिर वो जो भी राइट्स उसके पास होगा, ओवर द लिविंग रिसोर्सेज, फिशेस, मेरीन बायोडाइवर्सिटी, ओवर द नॉन लिविंग रिसोर्सेज लाइक ऑयल, नेचुरल गैस, मिनरल्स, ओवर द टाइडल एनर्जी जो वहां से क्रिएट कर सकता है, ओवर साइंटिफिक रिसर्च जो वहां से कर सकता है. सो दैट इज योर EEZ. Now, the next thing which we go ahead and which we have here within economic territory, that is your continental shelf. कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ बेसिकली क्या होता है? सी बेड एंड सबसॉइल बियॉन्ड टेरिटोरियल वाटर. अगर हमारा कुछ एक सी का एरिया है जो हमारे इन एरिया में नहीं आ रहा, बट इट बिलोंग्स टू अस, ठीक है, वी हैव सम राइट्स ओवर इट, अगर ऐसा कोई एरिया है देन दैट इज ऑल्सो इंक्लूडेड. लास्ट आता है इनक्लेव्स अब्रॉड. इनक्लेव अब्रॉड माने एम्बेसी, कॉन्स्युलेट, मिलिट्री बेस लोकेटेड इन फॉरेन करेंसी. आपकी एम्बेसी, इंडिया की एम्बेसी इन फॉरेन कंट्री, योर कॉन्स्युलेट इन फॉरेन कंट्री, आपका मिलिट्री बेस इन फॉरेन कंट्री. सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल इंडियन एम्बेसी इन यूएसए इज पार्ट ऑफ इंडियाज इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी, ठीक है. सो इट इज योर एम्बेसी इन फॉरेन कंट्री, ठीक है. अब क्वेश्चन ये है कि व्हाट इज नॉट इंक्लूडेड इन द इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी, क्या क्या इंक्लूड नहीं होता है. सो फर्स्ट, इफ देर इज एनी फॉरेन एम्बेसी इन योर कंट्री, ठीक है, जैसे यूएस एम्बेसी इन इंडिया, वो इंडिया का इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी नहीं है. देन एनी इंटरनेशनल वाटर बियॉन्ड EEZ, right? And similarly, any airspace beyond your national airspace. हाँ, I think there was a movie also जिसमें I don't remember the name of the movie. उन्होंने बोला था कि we are not permitted to go in certain area of the airspace of Pakistan. So we had to change the route. There was some movie, I don't recall that. So basically, the airspace above India is your airspace. उसके अलावा you have to take permission to go in a certain airspace, right? तो पॉइंट ये आता है दैट वॉट एवर इज अवर इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी, जो भी हमारा इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी है, दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ योर जीडीपी, क्योंकि जीडीपी इंक्लूड्स एवरीथिंग विच इज विद इन द डोमेस्टिक फ्रंटियर्स. एंड विद इन डोमेस्टिक फ्रंटियर का तो मीनिंग ये है दैट इट हैज टू बी पार्ट ऑफ योर इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी. On the other hand, when we talk about GNP, gross national product, तो इसका इकोनॉमिक टेरिटरी से कोई रिलेशन नहीं है, डोमेस्टिक टेरिटरी से कोई रिलेशन नहीं है. ग्रॉस नेशनल प्रोडक्ट ऑन द अदर हैंड basically goes ahead and includes the income of the residents of the country wherever they live. India माने डोमेस्टिक कंट्री और अब्रॉड, इंडिया और अब्रॉड. ओके बेटा, when you copy paste a question from wherever, chat gpt or whatever, at least don't make it bold. जो बीच के दो words bold दिख रहे हैं, try to write it in your language at least in the chat. That will be good. Okay, so this is your foreign territory. ठीक है, अब हम आगे आते हैं. So we understood that what is the actual implication of domestic territory, उसका मीनिंग क्या है, सबसे पहले हमें ये समझना था, and we have understood that. Now the next thing that we have to understand is for GNP, gross national product, हमें resident का मीनिंग समझना है. Right, so when we talk about resident of any country, the resident of any country is different, ये मैंने क्लास में बताया था, is different from citizen of a country. इकोनॉमिक्स में हमें सिटीजनशिप से मतलब नहीं है. सो ऐसे ये क्वेश्चन, सो व्हाट डू यू थिंक, देयर वाज दिस एक्टर राइट हु हैड द सिटीजनशिप ऑफ टू कंट्रीज, आई डोंट रिमेम्बर द नेम, काफी एक न्यूज चल रहा था इन बिटवीन. सो डू यू थिंक यू कैन हैव सिटीजनशिप ऑफ टू कंट्रीज? इज दैट पॉसिबल? नो. ओके. ओके. So a so okay, so we'll see. So resident कौन हुआ? A resident is any individual who has his economic interest in a country. जिसका इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट एक पर्टिकुलर कंट्री के अंदर है. हाँ, सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल वी कैन गो अहेड एंड वी कैन से, जस्ट वन मिनट. हाँ, whose economic interest is within a country. इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट माने जो वहां पे फर्स्ट स्टे या ऑपरेट कर रहा है फॉर मोर देन 1 year, राइट, एंड जो वहां पे पासपोर्ट के लिए नहीं है. राइट, रेजिडेंट इज अबाउट इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट, इट्स नॉट अबाउट पासपोर्ट नेम कि वहां पे कौन सा कंट्री है. राइट, सो इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट माने आई एम इन्वॉल्व इन दैट कंट्री फॉर प्रोडक्शन, कंजम्पशन, इन्वेस्टमेंट. मेरा काम है प्रोडक्शन करना, मेरा काम है कंजम्पशन करना, मेरा काम है कि मैं वहीं पे पैसा कमाऊं और वहीं पे खर्च करूं. सो आई एम एंगेज्ड इन इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी, मैं वहां पे इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी में एंगेज्ड हूं, तो मैं रेजिडेंट हूं. राइट, बट अ सिटीजनशिप इज अ लीगल पॉलिटिकल प्रोसेस. सिटीजनशिप क्या है? इट इज डिटरमाइंड बाय बर्थ, बाय योर नेचुरलाइजेशन, कुछ लॉज के थ्रू भी आप सिटीजन बन सकते हो. सो सिटीजनशिप इज अबाउट नेशनैलिटी, राइट, एंड रेजिडेंटशिप इज अबाउट इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी. एंड देयरफॉर सिटीजनशिप आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन दैट, क्योंकि उसका इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी से रिलेशन नहीं है. राइट, रेजिडेंटशिप से मेरे को मतलब है. सो जब भी आप इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ोगे यू विल ऑलवेज नोटिस दैट वी टॉक अबाउट रेजिडेंट, क्योंकि उसका इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी से रिलेशन है. ठीक है, एंड बात बड़ा बचा कि कैन यू हैव टू सिटीजनशिप, तो हाँ, it is possible that you can have dual citizenship. Countries like USA, Canada, UK, Australia, France, they are those जो dual citizenship भी कर सकती हैं. Okay, so this is what you can be the resident of two countries. Yes, yes, I think it was Akshay Kumar. So just try to understand that when we go ahead and when we talk about residentship, that is something which is related to economic, that is something which is related to economic activity. माने citizenship I am not interested, उससे मुझे कोई मतलब नहीं है कि वो क्या होती है, right? But you can be citizen of two countries, although India, China, Singapore, Japan और भी कुछ countries हैं, they do not, I think, allow dual citizenship. वहां पे dual citizenship allowed नहीं है. Okay. Can you be resident of two countries? So, see, when, suppose if I ask you that when you are producing in India, can you produce in US also? Is that possible? If you're working in an MNC in India or any company in India, can you simultaneously be working in US company also? Legally, no. So generally, no. A person cannot be treated as resident of two countries क्योंकि उसका इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट एक ही कंट्री में है, एक ही जगह पे ही इज अर्निंग मनी, राइट? सो यूजुअली नो, द सेंटर ऑफ इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट लाइज ओनली इन वन कंट्री. एक ही कंट्री में आपका सेंटर ऑफ इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट हो सकता है, नॉट इन टू कंट्रीज. What if I'm doing freelancing? You're still spending your money in India, right? So according to the balance of payment, you will be considered in India. Mane, you can give your service there, but ultimately you're receiving money in your bank account here. You're spending your money here. So your economic interest will be in India. आपका यहीं पे माना जाएगा economic interest. हाँ, it's more than 1 year. Greater than equal to 1 year. Number of days ना, एक साल से ज्यादा. If I have an Indian passport and US green card and my economic interest lies in US, wherever your economic interest lies, if you're working there, तो वहां का you will be considered there. Less than 1 year nahi. So as I said, it has to be more than 1 year. That's right. Okay, okay. One at a time. If I am a citizen of India but remotely working for foreign country, what will be status of my residentship? Remotely working in foreign country, money, it's fine. Remotely, your money is coming in India's bank account. You're spending your money in India. So it remains India. Multiple business account does not matter. Money, Ambanis can have multiple business account, business operations across different countries. Where is your economic interest? That's the question. If it is in India, you are a resident of India. No, students are receiving transfer payment from their parents, na? So no, they're not actually spending also. They're not earning money.
Ma'am, I have a question.
International organization located in India. You mean their subsidiary, like an office of WHO or office of UN? No, that's not included.
Excuse me, ma'am.
I think I hear some voice. Can you please go on mute?
Um,
A
Ma'am, I have a
resident can be those
question.
residing abroad, but their prime spending can be in that country. Residents are those people who, so three things: produce, consume, spend, even invest, primarily in one country. Okay. Is it done? Okay, so let's move on. So ये हो गया the main definitions. So you have to learn how to, you should know what is flow stock, what is economic territory, and what is normal citizen. अब normal resident. अभी एक और चीज है which I wanted to highlight today because we are doing. So consumer good, capital good. Intermediate good, final good. Durable, non. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि जीडीपी में इंक्लूड क्या होता है. जीडीपी इंक्लूड्स द वैल्यू ऑफ ओनली फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विस. कोई भी इंटरमीडिएट गुड या सर्विस होगा दैट विल नॉट बी पार्ट ऑफ जीडीपी ऑफ द इकोनॉमी. ठीक है. सो इंटरमीडिएट गुड्स आर नॉट पार्ट ऑफ जीडीपी. अगर हम इनको इंक्लूड करेंगे वी विल फेस द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ डबल काउंटिंग. राइट. अगर हम इंटरमीडिएट गुड्स को इंक्लूड करते हैं, इफ वी इंक्लूड इंटरमीडिएट गुड्स we have problem of double counting, right? We want to avoid that, so we include only the value of final goods and service या value added at each level. अब ये जो final good and service होते हैं, these are the goods which are ultimately the one which exit the economic cycle. They exit the economic cycle. Exiting the economic cycle माने क्या? Exiting the economic cycle का मतलब ये है that they are no more in the process of getting converted further. They have left the economic cycle now. There is no process of getting converted further. So for example, let's say that there is cotton, right? If this cotton is used by consumer directly, by a household directly, so that is a final good because it has exited the process of economic cycle. साइकिल से बाहर चला गया है, दोबारा आगे यूज नहीं हो सकता. It cannot be further used. But if cotton is purchased by a thread company to make thread, and then from thread you are making cloth and then garment, मतलब it is getting converted to another product. ये एक raw material की तरह यूज हो रहा है. It is being used as a raw material and converted to new product. Cotton thread में बदल रहा है, thread cloth में बदल रहा है, cloth इसमें बदल रहा है. Then we can go ahead and we can say that this is the final good. अब intermediate good has a property. इसका एक property होता है that it it changes its characteristics in the process of converting to final good. तो जब हम intermediate good को convert करते हैं, when we convert intermediate good to a final good, the intermediate good will change its characteristics. ठीक है. Like cotton converted to thread, तो cotton changed its characteristic, वो बदल गया, वो thread बन गया. Thread converted to cloth, तो cloth बनने पे thread changed its characteristics. अब thread की तरह नहीं दिखेगा. It will not look like thread anymore. So intermediate good have a property that they change the characteristic. Final good have a property that they exit the economic cycle. Now here, जैसे for example, let's take the example of tea leaves. Suppose, just imagine that tea leaves are purchased by a household. तो what will household do? उन्होंने ये tea leaves खरीदा. They will put it in water, put some milk and make tea out of it. So when the household is going ahead and converting, wait, where did I write all are final? I said this is final. These are all intermediate which are changing their characteristic. Suppose there are tea leaves. Tea leaves are purchased by household. Household is making tea out of it. उसने ये tea leaves को use किया, milk डाला, everything they put ginger and they make a good ginger tea. On the other hand, these tea leaves are purchased by chayos. ठीक है. They put the tea leaves, they put milk in it, सब कुछ डाला and they make tea out of it. दोनों ही केस में In both the cases, tea leaves, it changed its characteristics. दोनों ही केस में टी लीव्स का कैरेक्टरिस्टिक चेंज हुआ, दैट द टी लीव्स गॉट कन्वर्टेड टू टी. But here the tea leaf exited the economic cycle. यहां पे टी लीव्स ने अपने इकोनॉमिक साइकिल को एग्जिट किया है. हाउ इट एग्जिटेड द इकोनॉमिक साइकिल? बिकॉज द टी लीव्स वर परचेज्ड बाय हाउस होल्ड. सो नो फर्दर मनी रिलेटेड थिंग हैपेंड. टी लीव्स हाउस होल्ड ने खरीदी, उन्होंने चाय बनाई, दे ड्रैंक द टी. देयर इज नो फर्दर मनी इन्वॉल्व्ड. But when these tea leaves were purchased by chayos and tea was created, this was sold in the market. उन्होंने ये चाय को बेचा. So this tea leaves then became an intermediate product. तो हाँ, one thing is that it changes its characteristics. But that is happening in both cases. दोनों ही केस में change the characteristics. So we need to ensure that it leaves the economic cycle. जहां पे ये दोनों होगा, wherever these two things will happen, then we can say that it is final good. If it leaves the economic cycle, it's not कि characteristic change नहीं हुआ. Here also characteristic changed. Tea leaf got converted to tea. But economic cycle का process नहीं है ना. Household, they do whatever with it. I don't care. They can use this tea leaves and make a good chola bhatura out of it. I don't care. It has left the economic cycle. अब आगे no purchase, no sale, no money involved. कुछ नहीं हो रहा है ना, कोई पैसा इन्वॉल्व नहीं है. So we can say that the tea leaves are final good or intermediate good depending on where they are getting used. ठीक है. अब इसमें we get another definition which is consumer good versus capital good. So when we go ahead, is it necessary for final good to change characteristic? No. Just I am saying that changing characteristic is not sufficient for it to be called an intermediate good. ऐसा नहीं कि if someone changes its characteristic, it is definitely intermediate. वो true नहीं है. Okay. Now consumer good can be durable or non-durable. Durable goods माने जो चलते रहते हैं. They go on for a long period of time. Hence durable, like machine. Non-durable माने those goods which are perishable, जो खराब हो जाते हैं, like fruits. Now here there is another kind of good called capital good. ये बहुत यूनिक काइंड ऑफ गुड्स हैं. These are those goods which don't change characteristic, go on for more than one period, and still are involved in process of production. They are not for final consumption. Like some machinery. Okay. So I purchased a machine. What this machine is doing, क्या कर रहा है ये machine? It is taking cloth and automatically giving it some shape of the cloth and releasing it. ठीक है. माने ये machine, it is involved in process of production. ये production में involved है. और ये वो machine है which is not changing characteristic. This will remain as is. This will remain this rectangular machine like this only. ये कन्वर्ट नहीं हो रहा किसी और चीज में. लाइक कॉटन गेट्स कन्वर्टेड टू थ्रेड, तो कॉटन दिखना बंद हो गया. इट स्टॉप्ड लुकिंग लाइक कॉटन. इट्स नॉट हैपनिंग लाइक दैट. मशीन इज लुकिंग लाइक मशीन. मशीन मशीन की तरह ही दिख रहा है. तो इट डिड नॉट चेंज कैरेक्टरिस्टिक. इट कैन बी यूज्ड फॉर मोर देन 1 year. आई कैन कीप यूजिंग इट अगेन एंड अगेन एंड अगेन एंड अगेन. हाँ, कुछ वियर एंड टियर विल हैपन, बट आई कैन यूज इट. मैं बार बार यूज कर सकती हूँ. सो ये फॉर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम नहीं है. आई कैन एक्सटेंड इट मोर देन पीरियड. तो therefore it is a stock variable. Concept clear करो यहाँ पे. But it is not for consumption also. Consumer good भी नहीं है. It is used for production. तो थिंग्स लाइक दिस, ये जो मशीन है विच इज यूज्ड फॉर प्रोड्यूसिंग अदर गुड्स, इट इज पार्ट ऑफ क्रिएटिंग दिस इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी, विल इट बी फाइनल गुड और विल इट बी इंटरमीडिएट, किस में कंसिडर करेंगे? विल इट बी फाइनल और इंटरमीडिएट? आंसर दिस. Final, correct. It is considered as a final good. The capital good is considered as a final good. So वहां जाओ, look at that formula expenditure method का, C plus I plus G plus X minus M. यहां पे इस I की तरफ जाओ, investment. This is a final good. ठीक है. हाँ, तो these are considered as final good. Correct, 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 correct. ठीक है. Is it clear? Okay. Now, हाँ, यस, जो मशीन प्रोडक्शन में यूज हो, दैट इज अ कैपिटल गुड. अच्छा, व्हाट अबाउट कार परचेज्ड बाय उबर ड्राइवर टू गिव हिज सर्विसेज टू ड्राइव, इज इट फाइनल और इंटरमीडिएट? ओके, तो यू हैव टू बी वेरी क्लियर व्हाट काइंड ऑफ गुड. हाँ, करेक्ट, करेक्ट, करेक्ट. सो when an Uber driver is purchasing the car for commercial good, number one, car is used repeatedly in the process of production. रोज उस कार को he is using to earn income. ठीक है. So we can go ahead and think that it will be a capital good in that sense, because it is not for one period of time. It will be over different time periods, over different time zones. ठीक है. Okay, तो let's go back. Example of capital good. I just gave no machine used to create this cloth, a tractor purchased by a farmer. All these are capital good. Okay. So they have to be durable in nature. Machine हो गया, एग्रीकल्चर के कोई और टूल्स हो गए, सर्जिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स इन द हॉस्पिटल, राइट? देन द ट्रैक्टर परचेज्ड बाय फार्मर, warehouses purchased to stock your material, ये सब they are capital goods. Irrigation pump. ठीक है. Okay, come back. So now, so you read this yourself, huh? Now let's talk about this. So see, we need to go ahead and we need to fill this blank up. Yes, that's right. They are durable in nature. No, because it is perishable, no? तो अगर खराब ही हो जाएगा तो it cannot be used for a long period of time. Every investment is capital good. So it's the reverse. Accumulation of investment becomes capital. That's the equation जो हमने यहाँ लिखा था ना. that capital is including investments over time. It's like accumulation of income is wealth. जब income सारा मिलाते हो तो wealth आता है, तो जब investments को मिलाते हो तो capital आता है. Okay, is it clear now? ठीक है, let's continue. So now I want to fill this gap here. तो देख लेते हैं. So I have G. The first one can be either G or N. Okay. So the conversion is very simple. If you have gross and you want to go to net, you will subtract depreciation. And from net to gross, you will add depreciation. Then you have domestic or national. अगर मुझे domestic से national जाना है, I will add net factor income from abroad. And if I have to go from national to domestic, I will subtract net factor income from abroad. Net factor income from abroad is factor income from abroad minus factor income to abroad. Now, correct. The last one is product, either at market price or factor cost. So if I have to go from market price to factor cost, I'll do the reverse. If I have to go from factor to market first, I will add net indirect taxes. And market se factor pe, I will subtract net indirect taxes. Net indirect taxes is indirect taxes minus subsidies. So this is the conversions that you have. ठीक है. अच्छा, इसमें these are indirect taxes. Sometimes you make a mistake and you include income tax. Don't do that. Income tax is not included. ये एक direct tax है. We are only including indirect taxes, not direct taxes. तो ये एक चीज है which you have to keep in mind. So based on this, I want all of you to read this. And now we talk about the different methods of calculating national income. So when we talk about the methods of calculating national income, there are three methods. The first method that we have, that is basically called as value added method. The second method that we have, that is called as your income method. The third method that we have is expenditure method. You have to also remember कि कौन सा method क्या देता है. So if I talk about value added method, what exactly is it giving? Is it giving me gross or net? When I talk about income method, what is it giving me? All those things you have to go ahead and remember. So value added method, when we talk about that, we have gross value added at market price. That is what it gives us. जब हम इनकम मेथड का बात करते हैं, it gives us NNPFC. एंड जब हम एक्सपेंडिचर मेथड का बात करते हैं, it gives us GDP-MP. ठीक है. अच्छा, वैल्यू एडेड मेथड में वी हैव वैल्यू ऑफ द फाइनल गुड माइनस इंटरमीडिएट. ठीक है, दिस विल बी योर वैल्यू एडेड एट ईच लेवल. And when we talk about the expenditure method, then this is simply y is equal to c plus I plus g plus nx. Here C, this is also called as your final consumption expenditure. I is also called as your gross capital formation or gross domestic capital formation. G is also called as your government expenditure. And NX is net export. इसमें ये जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है ना, ग्रॉस डोमेस्टिक कैपिटल फॉर्मेशन, दिस हैज टू कंपोनेंट्स टू इट. फिक्स्ड कैपिटल प्लस चेंज इन स्टॉक. और जो चेंज इन स्टॉक है, दैट इज क्लोजिंग स्टॉक माइनस ओपनिंग स्टॉक. right? Is it clear? This gives closing stock minus opening stock. Okay, now the income method. So income method basically goes ahead, and income method also is called as your national income. Mane, this directly gives you your national income. ठीक है? Of course, you can go ahead and convert ये वाली चीजें also to NNPFC. You can convert this also to NNPFC, right? But the income method directly gives you your national income. For others, you have to go ahead and you have to convert them. ठीक है? Income method का formula is it includes compensation of employees, जिसमें we include salary in cash, kind, and social securities. It includes rent and royalties. It includes interest payment. It includes profit, right? All this is included in income method. Anyone in the chat quickly can tell me what is operating surplus? How do you calculate operating surplus? Anyone? Okay, okay, okay. RIP. Operating surplus is RIP. So this, and this. When you add this, it becomes your operating surplus. Okay. Now, I want all of you to go ahead and read this because we don't have time. This is your homework. Read it. क्या inclusions हैं, क्या exclusions हैं, क्या precautions लेने होते हैं. You read this. ठीक है. Now let's talk about the real GDP, a GDP deflator. So GDP deflator is nominal GDP by real GDP into 100. When we talk about nominal GDP will be at your current year, right? And real GDP will be at your base year. Okay, into 100. So we can go ahead and we can say that this will be GDP deflator. What is the current base year of India? Anyone? Okay, good. ठीक है. This is something जो साथ साथ जब भी कुछ भी पढ़ो ना, so related aspect उससे related please study. जो भी latest information है, like if suppose I am studying GDP deflator and I know कि इसमें Indian economy में they can ask you the GDP deflator value of the current year. So ये you have to automatically search for it. ठीक है, immediately. ठीक है. Similarly, if you're talking about, suppose you're reading inflation, तो आप immediately you look at the inflation in India during this period. ठीक है, inflation targets of India. माने you have to go ahead and you have to make sure that you know the corresponding informations in the live जो भी हमारा latest चल रहा है. Okay, so ये you read it yourself. It will be on the portal. Read. As I said, एक्स्ट्रा इंफॉर्मेशन हमेशा जाननी है कि इंडिया में नेशनल इनकम कौन कैलकुलेट करता है, हु मेजर्स। अच्छा, सो हु गेव द फर्स्ट एवर नेशनल इनकम ऑफ इंडिया? हाउ अबाउट अदर्स? करेक्ट, करेक्ट, दादा भाई नावरोजी, करेक्ट, करेक्ट। ठीक है, तो ये हमेशा यू हैव टू नो ऑल ऑफ दिस इंफॉर्मेशन, ठीक है। सो सी, a revision was proposed about 2011-12, because that's a doubt many of you have posted, but current is still 2011-12 only. Revision has been proposed, has been discussed, but it has not been implemented. So agar MCQ question asks you, we still mark 2011-12, उसी को ही mark करेंगे, ठीक है। Okay, come back. Now there are some extra formulas that I have gone ahead and I have given here. You have to read these formulas. How to go from value added GVMP to income method? Very simple. So when you add the gross value added of different sectors, agriculture, industry, and service, you get GDPMP. Then you know how to go to NNPFC. है ना? Gross can be converted to net by subtracting depreciation, NFIA, and net IT. Okay, now let us go ahead and let us look at the next aspect. And we want to go ahead and we want to look at these formulas of personal income, disposable income, etc. So as I said, you'll choose 2000 and no, base year is 1 year. So we write it like 11-12. एक साल का पीरियड है ना बेटा, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता that it is one at a point of time. It is over a period of time for 1 year. So you will always be given an interval. ठीक है, अच्छा, so here, so this is your homework. You have to go ahead and you have to read this as part of your homework. Personal income, disposable income, private income, personal disposable income and national disposable income. ठीक है, कुछ MCQs हैं, ये कर लेना. Then again, this is a homework that all of you have to do. I'm not reading it here. This is just the limitations for your around GDP. क्या debate चल रहा है? These are the factors which affect the national income. This is what is green GDP and what is Human Development Index and what is Gross National Happiness Index. All of this you have to do as part of your homework today itself. इनमें से कुछ कुछ क्वेश्चन आ सकते हैं. You must know who gave Gross National Happiness Index and in which year, which country is considered one of the happiest countries, ठीक है, and why is happiness more important as compared to GNP. All of this you will read through, हाँ. उसके कुछ 9 domains हैं जो एग्जाम में आ सकते हैं. So I have just written those domains. Just give it a reading. Just read it through, right? And then, you know, that's it. This ends your first chapter of national income. Any doubt in national income? Anything? Important for JAM also. Yeah, I mean, this is just part of national income. So anyone can ask. So I've just, not to take risk, I've just plugged everything possible which can be asked in exam. This PDF will be uploaded. Yes. Personal direct taxes. They're just tax on personal income. That's it. General direct taxes. I mean, it's just a direct tax. That's it. Tax implied on your income. Let's move on. Now we'll move on to the next topic, which is our income and output determination. Now, when we talk about income and output determination, the first aspect which we have to understand is called as the simple Keynesian model. जब भी हम सिंपल Keynesian मॉडल की बात करते हैं, दिस इज फॉलोड बाय द मल्टीप्लायर, simple multiplier. Then we move ahead and we start the understanding of ISLM curve. ISLM curve में we go ahead and we talk about IS curve, which is the goods market, and LM curve, which is the money market. Now, money market में you have to understand the following. First, you need to understand the equilibrium in money market. कि equilibrium आता कैसे है? And because this equilibrium, it consists of demand of money and supply of money. So you have to understand individually कि within the demand of money, what are the different definitions given by different economists. मतलब केन्स के अकॉर्डिंग डिमांड ऑफ मनी क्या था, एंड हाउ इज इट डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द क्लासिकल डिमांड ऑफ मनी, ये समझना होता है. देन वी गो अहेड एंड वी टॉक अबाउट द सप्लाई ऑफ मनी. When we talk about the supply of money, तो supply of money में we have to go ahead and we have to understand the uh, different definitions of money. माने what is narrow money and broad money, M1, M2, M3, etc. ठीक है. We have to also understand that in money market equilibrium क्या होता है when we have one exogenous supply of money and two endogenous supply of money. तो ये चीज भी हमें कवर करनी है. This together is the entire analysis of the ISLM market. फिर ये ISLM market को combine करके we get something which is called as the AD curve. Then we move on to the labor market. Labor market में we study the demand of labor, supply of labor, which together tell us the wage rate and equilibrium supply of labor. Right? Labor market helps us determine the AS curve. The AD curve and AS curve together give us the equilibrium in the PY domain. अब इसमें जब हम IS and LM का equilibrium निकालेंगे, when we will find the equilibrium of IS and LM curve, they may ask you in exam to tell what is fiscal policy multiplier and what is monetary policy multiplier. So ये formulas आपको handy रखने होंगे related to fiscal and monetary policy multiplier. ठीक है. I mean, national income is one of the easiest topic, but we need to move on to the actual topics of macroeconomics, right? So first of all, let us go ahead and let us talk about the simple Keynesian model now, which is the multiplier and the multiplier. ठीक है. Simple Keynesian model में the first thing which you have to understand is the consumption function and the savings function. जब कंजम्पशन फंक्शन लिखेंगे तो इट इज C इज इक्वल टू C बार प्लस स्मॉल c y. जब हम सेविंग्स फंक्शन लिखेंगे तो सेविंग फंक्शन इज S इज इक्वल टू S बार प्लस स्मॉल s y. Here C bar it is called as autonomous consumption and small c को बोल देते हैं हम marginal propensity to consume. Here, S bar is autonomous saving and small s is marginal propensity to save. देखो इनकम जो है इट कैन ईदर बी कंज्यूम्ड और सेव्ड, दो ही चीजें हो सकती है, या इनकम कंज्यूम होगी या सेव होगी, ठीक है. सो if I divide, or first let's differentiate. If I differentiate throughout, so I will get dy is equal to dc by ds. And if I divide by dy throughout, तो मुझे मिल जाएगा 1 is equal to mpc plus mps, where mpc ये बताता है how consumption changes as income changes, and mps ये बताता है how savings change as income changes. How savings change as income changes. Similarly, if y is equal to c plus s and I divide by y throughout, so I get 1 is equal to apc plus aps, where average propensity to consume, apc is average propensity to consume, and aps is average propensity to save. Okay. When we talk about the consumption function, जब हम consumption function की बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये जो हमारा C bar है, ये C bar will be positive. माने when my income is 0, तो जो मेरा consumption होगा वो positive होगा. And how will consumption take place अगर income ही 0 है तो? From savings. So when my consumption is 0, when my income is 0, since I'm consuming from my old savings, so we can say that ये जो यहाँ S bar होगा, this will be negative. So when we go ahead and when we make a graph, जब हम एक graph बनाते हैं, what do we go ahead and what do we get? We basically go ahead and get that if this is my consumption and this is my, पहले let's just focus on consumption. If this is my consumption, तो ये जो मेरा C bar वाला aspect है, it will be positive. And इसका जो slope है, it will be called marginal propensity to consume. Similarly, my S bar, it is negative क्योंकि when my income is 0, I'm consuming from savings. So savings negative है. So this is negative. This is my savings function. And इसका जो slope है, it is marginal propensity to save. ठीक है, तो मेरे पास एक आ जाता है marginal propensity to consume और एक हो जाता है marginal propensity to save. Autonomous consumption is positive, autonomous saving is negative. This point, ये वाला point देखो. At this point, हमें ये दिख रहा है कि जो हमारी savings हैं, they are 0. क्यों 0? Because it is cutting the x-axis. So अगर मेरा savings 0 है, if my savings are 0, माने इस point पे if I say y is equal to c plus s and my savings are 0, so I get y is equal to c. So at this point, income and consumption are equal to each other. And we know कि income is drawn by a 45-degree line. So ये जो point है, this point where income and consumption are equal, this is exactly that point actually where the savings will be 0. And this has a name to it. इसको हम बोल देते हैं ब्रेक इवन पॉइंट. सो व्हेन सेविंग्स आर जीरो, इनकम एंड कंजम्पशन आर इक्वल, एंड उसको बोला जाता है ब्रेक इवन पॉइंट. दैट्स कॉल्ड एज अ ब्रेक इवन पॉइंट. नाउ इन एग्जाम, first of all, they can ask you to find the equilibrium. To find equilibrium of simple Keynesian model, अगर मुझे simple Keynesian model का equilibrium निकालना है, so the first thing that we have to go ahead and we have to keep in mind is that currently we are assuming investment to be autonomous. Autonomous means that investment is simply I bar, fixed investment. So if I say C plus I, Y is equal to C plus I, and I have to show it here. माने consumption में I am adding some fixed amount, investment amount, and I'm getting another line here, and this line here, this is C plus I. And where it is meeting my 45-degree line, that is basically my equilibrium. ये मेरा equilibrium point हो रहा है. This is my equilibrium. But if I go to this again, अगर मैं इसी की तरफ जाऊं, so I understand that I can take my consumption here and y minus c will be I. So I know कि s will be I. So this is exactly that point जहां पे saving and investment have to be equal to each other. And investment is a fixed value. So this is that point जहां पे if I draw a investment line, then my saving and investment will be equal. This is my savings function. This is my investment. Both of them will be equal to each other. तो दैट पॉइंट, वो पॉइंट जहां पे सेविंग एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट इक्वल हो रहे हैं, दैट इज एग्जैक्टली दैट पॉइंट जो यहां पर वी नोटिस दैट द 45-degree लाइन जो y कर्व है, इट इज मीटिंग C प्लस. नाउ क्वेश्चन आस्क्ड इज कि व्हाट आर द डिफरेंट मल्टीप्लायर्स विच विल बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम. सो बहुत सारे मल्टीप्लायर हैं. द फर्स्ट वन विच कैन बी आस्क्ड इज without any other information. माने directly they will ask you find the investment multiplier या government multiplier. So this is the simplest. This is nothing but 1 upon 1 minus marginal propensity to consume. But जो next चीज that they will go ahead and they will ask you, वो basically होगा that find out the multiplier. Second one here, huh? Find out the multiplier with taxes as autonomous. Taxes autonomous का मीनिंग ये हो गया that my disposable income is written as income minus taxes. तो I know कि मेरा जो equilibrium है, that is basically y is equal to c plus I. C is c bar plus small c yd. But here my disposable income is income minus taxes. Okay, so I can convert this as c is equal to c bar plus small c y minus t. As long as taxes autonomous है, जब तक tax autonomous given है, then the formula remains unchanged. These will be your multipliers. No change. Right? Because these are just constant values. यहाँ पे there is no income involved. But if the taxes are given to be proportionate, माने अगर आपको दिया हुआ है कि आपका टैक्स इज सम प्रपोर्शन ऑफ इनकम, ऐसा कुछ गिवन है, इफ द टैक्सेस आर प्रोपोर्शनेट, तो फिर मेरा मल्टीप्लायर का फॉर्मूला इट विल बी चेंज्ड टू 1 upon 1 minus c 1 minus t. This will become the formula of the multiplier. ठीक है. अब एक बहुत बहुत सुपर इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट, सुपर 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 इंपॉर्टेंट, and that is the concept of marginal propensity to consume from income versus marginal propensity to consume from disposable income. कि एग्जाम में एग्जैक्टली व्हाट हैज बीन गिवन, क्या दिया हुआ है एग्जाम में, इज इट आस्किंग इनकम या डिस्पोजेबल इनकम? अब देखो, टेक एन एग्जाम्पल. Suppose if I go ahead and if I tell you that y is equal to, leave y, पहले c से कर लेते हैं. Suppose if I tell you c is equal to 40 plus 0.9 y, तो बहुत सिंपल है, बिकॉज इट इज कमिंग विद y, तो मार्जिनल प्रोपेंसिटी टू कंज्यूम फ्रॉम इनकम इज 0.9, दिए. But suppose if I ask you C is equal to 40 plus 0.9 y, and I tell you tax is 20. Now, this is YD, sorry. And I tell you tax is 20. I ask you find MPC from disposable income and MPC from income. तो MPC from disposable income माने the coefficient of disposable income. तो ये तो 0.9 है. But MPC from income माने I have to convert this and write consumption as a function of income. मुझे consumption को income का function की तरह लिखना पड़ेगा. So I can write C is equal to 40 plus 0.9 y minus 20. So it will be 40 plus 0.9 y minus 18. है ना? So it will be 0.9 only, क्योंकि उसका coefficient is still unchanged. Case number 3. Suppose I go ahead and I tell you C is equal to 40 plus 0.9 YD. And I tell you tax is 0.2 times income. Now give me MPC from YD. तो same ही है. The coefficient of 0.9. But can you tell me MPC from Y now? What will be marginal propensity to consume out of income? Give that a try. What will be MPC from Y? Anyone? Yes, good. So MPC from Y means the coefficient of Y. तो माने अगर मैं यहाँ पे करूंगी, so I will go ahead and get C is equal to 40 plus 0.9 Y minus 0.2 Y. Income minus tax. So it will be 40 plus 0.9, 0.8 Y. So 40 plus 0.72 Y. So MPC from income will be 0.72. It will be 0.72. ये बात समझ में आती है? Is it clear? So basically ये बहुत important है, because every year from from JNU, जब तक JNU was a separate exam, this was a very common question in exam. ठीक है, कि they used to say the marginal propensity to consume out of disposable income, माने they have already considered tax वाला part, they are directly giving you this function. And when they say the marginal propensity to consume, हाँ, so you have to think कि is it out of disposable income or is it out of income? ये confusion has to be very clear in your mind. तो now if I tell you कि ये formula ये है 1/1 minus C 1 minus T. So ये देखो ये C into 1 minus T. Isn't it this? C into 1 minus T. Are you understanding? इसको I can very well write this as 40 plus 0.9, 1 minus 0.2y. तो माने ये जो एस्पेक्ट है, दिस इज c इंटू 1 माइनस टी. तो कैन आई से दैट दिस इज marginal propensity to consume from income? Is it clear? तो मल्टीप्लायर में वी आर राइटिंग 1 माइनस मार्जिनल प्रोपेंसिटी टू कंज्यूम फ्रॉम इनकम, नॉट डिस्पोजेबल इनकम बट फ्रॉम इनकम. इज दिस कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर? ठीक है. सो नाउ let me just think of a question and give it to you first. Last part. हाँ, so I am just saying that if you notice, जब हमने when we found out marginal propensity to consume out of income, ये 0.72 निकाला है. This 0.72 is nothing but 0.9 into 1 minus 0.2. माने this 0.72 is C into 1 minus T. So the marginal propensity to consume out of income is C into 1 minus T, where this C is now marginal propensity to consume out of disposable income. This one is out of disposable income. So what we are saying here is in this formula, जो हमने यहाँ लिखा है, this is nothing but 1 upon 1 minus marginal propensity to consume out of disposable income. Out of income, sorry. Where small c is marginal propensity to consume out of disposable income. Now is it making sense? You have to be very clear what is small c and what is c into 1 minus t. Small c is marginal propensity to consume out of disposable income. ये है small c. जब हमने लिखा 40 plus 0.9 yd, this is out of disposable income. और जब हमने स्मॉल c इंटू 1 माइनस टी किया तो हमें इनकम का कोएफिशिएंट मिल रहा है, सो दैट इज विद इनकम. ओके, ठीक है. सो let's go ahead and take a question here. So let's say you have consumption given to you as a function of disposable income. Marginal propensity to save out of disposable income. That is 30%, right? And investment is 1000. Find investment multiplier. Let me give you some more information. When disposable income is 0, consumption is 500. Try this. So how do we find this? It says C is equal to C bar plus small c YD. C is equal to, when disposable income is 0, consumption is 500. 500 plus 0.30 disposable income, right? Now, there is no tax given to us. कुछ tax नहीं दिया हुआ, which means disposable income and income are the same. So we can go ahead and say C is equal to 500 plus 0.30 income. Income and disposable income are same. So simply, I know that
Hey,
investment
ma'am.
multiplier is this. This will be 1 upon 1 minus 0.3, 1 upon 0.7, 10 by 7. That's it.
Ma'am, MP is given as 0.3, so shouldn't MP C by 0.7?
Oh, sorry, I've written MPS and just make it as MPS. Zero point 0.30, 10 by 3. Okay. You can simply use MPS. Acha, now, just see here. I want to highlight something in this question. Saving is equal to S bar plus SY, right? Savings are done when your income is after tax have been paid. So basically, income minus tax is your disposable income. And after that, we will consume some amount. And the remaining amount will be savings. In this question, because tax is not present, so there was no other thing which I could have done here, right? So it did not make a lot of meaning to me whether I write Y here or I write YD here. It does not matter to me, right? But savings is always done as a proportion of income. In this question, because there is no tax, so disposable income and income are the same thing. The question is easy. Now, suppose no use of investment. No, you don't need, right? We already know the formula directly. So why do I need to use investment? You can do it through that process, but not required. This is just extra information. Okay. Now, here is the tricky question. So suppose I just change this question and I go ahead and let's say I give you same consumption is a function of disposable income. When disposable income is 0, consumption is 500. Marginal propensity to save out of disposable income is 30%. But now I am telling you that government is collecting a direct tax of say 15%, right? And I'm adding another trickiness that the government is making direct transfer payment of 750 per year. Now calculate investment multiplier. Give it a try. Give it a try. 1.33. Okay, let's see. So, marginal propensity to save out of disposable income is 30%. So, DS out of disposable income is 0.30. Let's see. Disposable income can either be consumed or saved. After I have paid the tax, देखो जो मैंने यहाँ लिखा था. Once I have paid the tax, I am left up with disposable income. This disposable income, if I take C here, can either be consumed or saved. So if I go ahead and if I have to write d by d, this will be ds plus dc. I can divide throughout by d by d. और मुझे क्या मिल जाएगा? 1 is equal to marginal propensity to save out of disposable income plus marginal propensity to consume out of disposable income. Now, मेरा marginal propensity to save out of disposable income जो है, that is given as 0.30 plus MPCYD, this is 1. So MPCYD, this will be 0.70. So I know that my consumption function looks like this. Now, think, what is the formula of my multiplier? My multiplier was 1 upon 1 minus C into 1 minus T, where small c is marginal propensity to consume out of disposable income. Mane, this will become 1 upon 1 minus 0.7 into 1 minus tax rate I've given you as 0.5, 0.15. So it will be 1 upon 1 minus 0.7 into 0.85. Just solve this, whatever answer you get. 2.45, ठीक है. So approximately 2.45 या 47, whatever. That's the answer to this question. So these are the kind of questions which will be asked from this topic. Any doubt? Anything which is not clear? Try to think कि marginal propensity to consume out of disposable income क्या है and out of income क्या है. This together is out of income, C into 1 minus T. But small c is out of disposable income. What about 750 per year? Not required. It's autonomous. No autonomous amount is included. The correct answer is going to be 2.47. Okay, done. Now, question number 2 from this one. Calculate equilibrium value of income in this economy. Go ahead, do it. Equilibrium income in this economy. यही क्वेश्चन है for this one. Yes, anyone? What will be equilibrium income in this economy? Just do y is equal to c plus I. That's it. And solve. ठीक है, देखते हैं. So, y is equal to c plus I. Y is equal to c bar plus small c yd plus I. Y is equal to c bar. C bar is 500 plus small c. Small c I found out as 0.7. YD. Investment. What was the investment that I had given you? 1000. Take investment from the old question only. Huh? It's the continuation. Plus 1000. Y is equal to 1500 plus 0.7 YD. Y is equal to 1500 plus 0.7. Disposable income is income minus 15% is taxes plus transfer payment from the government is 750. गवर्नमेंट का ट्रांसफर पेमेंट भी लेना पड़ेगा इन डिस्पोजेबल इनकम. तो y is equal to 1500 plus 0.7. Can you calculate this for me? 0.85 y plus 0.7 into 750. 1 minus 0.7, 0.85 y is equal to 1500 plus 0.7 into 750. Y is equal to 1500 plus 0.7 into 750 by 1 minus 0.7 into 0.85. Karo, calculate this beta. What's the value you are getting? 5000. Okay. So 5000 will be your answer. Okay. So this will be your equilibrium income in the society. Okay. So this kind of questions can be asked from this topic. Keynesian multiplier निकालना बोल सकते हैं, of course, and then they can go ahead and they can ask you to find out the equilibrium income in the society. This is the first topic, which is Keynesian multiplier. We'll take a break of 1 hour. We'll meet back at 3:30 now, and then we will begin and talk about. So all this you have to read. Read. Important. Read. Important. So we'll begin with the ISLM model at 3:30. Take a break for 1 hour. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to go ahead and we are going to start by talking about the ISLM curve now. So IS curve talks about the goods market. Now, this IS curve, because it is talking about goods market equilibrium, we need that the demand of good should be equal to the supply of goods, right? Or the expenses on the demand of good should be equal to the expenses on the supply of good. How do we go ahead? How do we show this thing? Well, the best way to go ahead and work with this is that we use the expenditure function and we go ahead and we write y is equal to c plus I plus g plus nx. This y here, the left hand side, is the supply side. This is assumed to be the demand side, and we assume that this equality means that there is an equilibrium which is achieved. इधर we have something which is known as the investment function. वो हमने पहले भी देखा ना, we have something called as the investment function. Now what happens with this investment function is that instead of I is equal to just I bar, we have investment as a function of interest rate. And since we are assuming कि investment is a real thing, माने you're buying machinery, you're investing in real things, so therefore interest rate is also assumed to be real interest rate. तो goods market में जो interest rate आता है, that's the real interest rate. The investment function, this investment function that we are doing, ये दिया था Keynes ने. It was given by Keynes. And it focused on two main things: the real rate of interest and the expectation theory. Okay. So graphically, we can say that I is equal to I bar minus B R, where I bar जो है वो है autonomous investment, R जो है that is the interest rate, and B is sensitivity, माने how investment changes as interest rate changes. ठीक है. We assume कि ये B positive है because already there is a negative sign associated with it. So the relation between investment and interest rate automatically becomes negative. Automatically investment और interest rate का बीच का relationship negative हो जाता है, which means as interest rate increases, investment decreases and vice versa. ठीक है. Now, what is autonomous investment? Autonomous investment माने it is an investment which you will do irrespective of interest rate. ठीक है. The second part that we have, that is something which depends on interest rate. So if interest rate is 0, then investment is only autonomous investment, case 1. And case 2, if even B is 0, माने investment insensitive है, उसको interest rate से फर्क नहीं. If B is 0, then also investment will be equal to autonomous investment. ठीक है. This function is drawn like this. ऐसा draw करते हैं. Here you have I bar and then this is I bar minus PR. This is how we can go ahead and draw the investment function. Okay. The investment function sometimes, कभी कभी investment function को हम as a function of output भी लिखते हैं. Right? So sometimes you will notice that investment is written as a function of output, the space, RY space for IS curve, RY space for LM curve. Here we have investment and interest rate. So again, it depends. I think ये मैंने पहले भी कभी आंसर दिया है. So usually investment is a function of interest rate. So under usual circumstances, whatever is a function that should come on y-axis. But for our analysis in economics, क्योंकि हम हमेशा inverse follow करते हैं, we always follow inverse demand curve, inverse supply curve. तो ये investment भी inverse draw किया जाता है. So we take R here and I here, right? So although this should have been correct, that investment is a function of interest rate, but you will always notice that it will be RI space. R जो है वो y axis में लिया जाएगा. R will be taken in the y axis. ठीक है. Okay. अच्छा, अब हम बात करते हैं that the investment interest rate concept. So बहुत simple. So I am just saying that investment is a negative function of interest rate. investment is negatively related to interest rate. ठीक है, we are saying that as interest rate increases, it's like this, जब interest rate high होता है, so suppose I want to invest by taking a loan. So when interest rate is high, then cost of loan is high. When cost of loan is high, so investment will automatically be low. So we are drawing this negative relationship between investment and interest rate. ये negative sign ये show कर रहा है. And ये B बता रहा है that how much investment will change when interest rate changes. Okay. ठीक है. So now there is sometimes investment is written as a function of output. ठीक है. And this is called as the accelerator based model. ठीक है, which I will talk about more about this in the next marathon. तो next marathon में we will cover types of consumption theories and types of investment theories. उसमें I will talk about this in a bit detail so that I incorporate that in notes. आज के notes में it's not there. तब हम इसके बारे में बात करेंगे कि what is an accelerator based model. अब sometimes we want to understand कि what are the determinants of investment. Give me a minute. अभी देखती हूँ चार्ट विंडो. हाँ, determinants of investment. Okay. Here you go. LM is a function of nominal interest rate. Yes. Done. तो once I do ये एक बारी पूरा let's wrap up the macro marathon topic wise. उसके बाद I will give you a list of MCQs which are important and you have to practice them. हाँ. अच्छा, अब देखो जरा. So let's talk about the determinants of investment. The determinants of investment उसमें आ जाता है हमारा expected profitability. Then we have something called as business confidence. ठीक है. Then we have something called as technological change. ठीक है. फिर गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज. ठीक है. हाउ मच कैपेसिटी यू कैन यूज, कैपेसिटी यूटिलाइजेशन, बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स हैं जिसपे इन्वेस्टमेंट विल डिपेंड, है ना. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल बहुत बेसिक फैक्टर, आई मे हैव मनी, माने आई मे वांट मनी टू बाय एन इन्वेस्टमेंट, बट वो मनी नो वन इज विलिंग टू गिव मी लोन. ठीक है. आई हैव द एबिलिटी टू रीपे द लोन. ठीक है. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मैं बिजनेस रन कर रही हूँ, सो यू वुड बी अवेयर कि in business it is difficult to get a loan. It's very difficult to get home loan या कोई और loan. But if you are salaried, तो उनको पता है that every month you will get a salary. So if you show your 3 month salary slip, it is easy to get a loan. So the next thing that arises is something like availability of credit. Do you have people जो आपको loan दे सकते हैं for you to invest or not? So you can think of many factors जो इन्वेस्टमेंट को डिटरमाइन करेंगे. इफ देयर इज अ टेक्नोलॉजिकल चेंज, पूरा पीपल, ऑल अदर पीपल आर अडेप्टिंग टू न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी, सब नई नई चीजें ले रहे हैं, तो बिजनेस में आई ऑल्सो हैव टू बाय अ न्यू थिंग. ठीक है. सो इट डिपेंड्स हाउ थिंग्स आर इन द बिजनेस. बट इसमें सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर विच मोस्ट ऑफ द बुक्स विल फोकस ऑन, दैट इज एक्सपेक्टेड प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी. और यहीं से वी गेट अनदर टर्म विच इज MEC oblique MEK. Anyone aware of this term? MEC or MEK? Not EK, it would be MPK rather. What is MEC? marginal efficiency of capital. Good. ठीक है, so we get another important aspect यहाँ पे which is called as marginal efficiency of capital. Now what does this mean? देखो, marginal means what? Extra. So when I employ extra unit of capital, what is the extra efficiency I get? तो ये marginal efficiency of capital ये भी एक Keynesian concept है. This is also a Keynesian concept, right? And this basically goes ahead and ये measure करता है the expected rate of return over the cost from an extra unit of capital. माने when I employ an extra unit of capital, what is the extra net return I get from it? ठीक है, that is basically marginal efficiency of capital. Marginal efficiency of capital का the simplest formula that books use, K, huh? That is basically, so again, माने some books will write capital as C and some will write capital as K. MEC भी हो सकता है, MEK भी हो सकता है, right? So MEC or MEK, this is expected annual return by cost of capital into 100. Expected annual return by cost of capital into 100. ठीक है? And condition रहता है that if marginal efficiency of capital is greater than the interest rate जिस पे आपने लोन लिया या आपका it's a return. So if MEC is greater than R, then you will invest. If MEC is equal to R, that is your equilibrium amount of capital. यहाँ पे continue investment. ठीक है? And if MEC is less than R, then you will disinvest. Yeah, disinvest will be a wrong word to say. माने you will not invest. वो वाला it is not a good investment. So do not invest will be the right English for this. Right? So this is how MEC and investment decisions are concerned. ठीक है? अब इसमें अगर हमें ये MEC नहीं पता, if I don't know this, then I can also use marginal product of capital. Because what is marginal product of capital telling me? It is telling me what is the extra output produced when extra amount of capital is employed. And अगर मैं इसका valuation निकालूं, if I find the value of this, value of marginal product of capital, so I get कि कितना extra earning I am doing. And R is the interest I am paying on the loan जिससे मैंने कैपिटल बनाया है. So in a way, this can also help me compare whether I should be investing or not. ठीक है? So if MEC is not given, then you can go ahead and you can also use MPK for the purpose of comparison. Okay, so I'm saying if I don't know this, अगर मुझे ये values नहीं पता हैं, then I can use the value of marginal product of capital. So marginal product of capital is extra output produced when extra capital is employed. When I find its value, it means कि एक तरीके से मैंने निकाला कि what is the extra return I will get from extra capital. Additional return from the capital. Right? And R is the cost of capital. So I can also compare these two to make my investment decisions. Clear? So you have to think कि MEC is यहाँ पे एक बहुत important word है, MEC is expected. माने MEC is not dependent on current profit. MEC depend कर रहा है कि if I put a machine, अगर मैं आज एक machine लगाती हूँ, what will be my future stream of payment that will be released? हाउ मच एक्स्ट्रा प्रॉफिट आई विल मेक फ्रॉम द फ्यूचर, कितना एक्स्ट्रा प्रॉफिट मैं बनाऊंगी, राइट, दैट इज एमईसी. Actually, both are different, but if one is not given, so then second can be used. This is what I'm saying. They are not interchangeable. So if I have to write, लिख लो एक बारी, MEC, this is expected माने I am making investment today. मैंने मशीन आज खरीदा है. I have purchased the machine today, but उसका return will be a stream of future returns. हाँ, उसका return will not be today itself. I will get it over the years. So expected rate of return on additional unit of capital asset. Right? So it is forward looking concept. माने it is based on expectation. ठीक है? So MEC equal to R, ये मेरा equilibrium condition है to find exactly how much capital I will be buying. Whereas the other one is marginal product of capital. ठीक है? So whereas MEC वाला जो concept है, MEC originated from Keynes. But MPK, this originated from the neoclassical economics. So it depends on physical productivity of capital. MPK is how output changes when capital changes. Additional output produced. Okay? So in a way, it is not forward looking. Okay? In a way, this is a current concept. कि how much extra output I produce today, उसका value कितना है? If I have to even convert it in terms of value by multiplying with price, it will be a present concept. But this is expected rate of return. It's a future concept. But even this is used in books for investment rule. So you invest till the point MPK value equal to cost of capital. This is called as user cost of capital. है ना? तो what I imply here is कि दोनों rules are rules. Both of them are investment rules. दोनों ही use होते हैं. But the point is that both definitions are not same. अब वो exam में dependent होगा कि what is given to you in exam. Which of the two? Okay. तो it's a trap to say कि दोनों same हैं. Both of them are identical will be a trap. ठीक है. Coming back to what we were doing. ओके, तो वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट इन्वेस्टमेंट. तो अब हमें इन्वेस्टमेंट फंक्शन पता चल गया है एंड वी हैव अंडरस्टूड दैट दिस इज माय इक्विलिब्रियम कंडीशन ऑफ द आईएस कर्व. ठीक है. नाउ इन दिस कम्स टू कंडीशंस, वन फॉर क्लोज्ड इकोनॉमी एंड वन फॉर ओपन इकोनॉमी. So if it is closed economy, then y is equal to c plus I plus g. If it is open economy, then y is equal to c plus I plus g plus x minus m. If I write import, then import is also a function of income. So we assume that as income increases, जैसे जैसे income increase होगी, people will demand more of outside products also. इंडिया के बाहर से भी लोग ज्यादा खरीदेंगे, which means that the imports will increase. This small m, this is called as marginal propensity to import. Right? So whether I will have this or not, it depends on whether it is open economy or closed economy. Right? Now, let's say that I have my y is equal to c plus I plus g plus x minus m. ठीक है. So y is equal to c bar plus c yd plus I bar minus br plus g plus x minus m. अभी के लिए I'm assuming them to be autonomous. y is equal to c bar plus c. yd की जगह पे I will assume there are taxes plus I bar minus br plus g plus x minus m 1 minus c 1 minus t y. I have taken this here is equal to, ये ऑटोनॉमस है, ऑटोनॉमस 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 ऑटोनॉमस, so a bar minus br. So y will be a bar minus br upon 1 minus c 1 minus t. So I can write it like this: 1 upon 1 minus c 1 minus t a bar minus br. And ये जो था, this was my initial multiplier, isn't it? जो हमने we did just some time back. So this is nothing but it's called as alpha g. It is your called as government multiplier. So this will be alpha g a bar minus br, and this will be y star. This relation between y and r, this is your IS curve. And because this is negatively signed, so definitely IS curve is negative sloping. Okay, you can plot this also, and you can find the slope of IS curve also. So slope of IS curve, how will I draw the IS curve? कैसे बनता है? This is R and Y, and this is my IS curve. So slope of IS curve will be perpendicular by base. So you find this value, and that will be the slope of IS curve. निकाल लो, find the slope. In this equation, it's x minus m. So increase in m should decrease y. But from import equation, y and m are positively related. So you're getting confused. We are saying that as my income increases, my demand will increase. Demand increase का मतलब ये है कि I can demand domestic goods also, and I can demand foreign goods also. So when my income increases, demand of domestic goods also increase, and demand for foreign goods. Foreign goods माने कि imports. Import also increases. That is why this is plus. Right? So this is saying imports are a positive function of income. When income increases, import increase. Now, okay, that's the first thing. Now, if you say why are import getting subtracted, then that is the expenditure method equation, right? So when we talk about the expenditure equation, expenditure method, what do we go ahead and what do we have? Y is equal to C plus I plus G plus X minus M. ये तो बेटा सप्लाई साइड है, ये डिमांड साइड है. Equal to is saying that there is equilibrium. Now just focus on the expenditure method to ensure that GDP only reflects domestic production. क्योंकि ये साइड क्या है? This is the formula of GDP, right? You remember this is just using the expenditure method. And what was GDP? GDP was production within domestic frontier. हाँ, तो ensure that we only have domestic production included. We are subtracting. ये demand तो हो रही है imports की. People are spending their money on import. But I want to subtract it because I want to find out the net demand of my domestic commodities. How many people are demanding my commodity, what I am producing in India, ताकि supply भी उसकी उतनी ही हो पाए. Right? So supply is of the goods that I am producing within my country. So I have to equate it to demand of goods within my country. Na? So I will subtract the money that people are spending on outside goods, वो हटा देंगे, so that I get how much is demanded within the country. And I can equate the two. That is why we subtract imports. Okay. Okay, just give me a minute. Let's find the slope, then I will just scroll there. So here, if I find dy by dr, it is minus alpha g into b. So dr by dy will be minus 1 by alpha g into b. ठीक है? So yes, in absolute values, because हमें सिर्फ magnitude से मतलब है, we are only interested in magnitude. हाँ, तो in absolute value, slope will be 1 by alpha g into b. अच्छा, now tell me, how slope will change if b increases, and how slope will change if alpha g increases. If b increases, slope will decrease. If alpha g increases, slope will decrease. Slope decrease means it will become flatter. ये flat हो जाएगा. So when b increases or alpha g increases, the slope becomes flatter. Right? Flatter का मतलब हो गया IS curve becomes flatter. And when will alpha g increase? Alpha g was 1 upon 1 minus c. And अगर tax के साथ है तो 1 upon 1 minus c, 1 minus t. So when is multiplier more? The more marginal propensity to consume, the more multiplier. And what happens when b is 0, goes towards 0? Then it becomes vertical. It is not related to interest rate. कुछ भी interest rate हो, you are making the same amount of investment. Right? So it becomes vertical. What about tax? So we know that more tax rate. Just think logically. अगर आप ज़्यादा tax pay करोगे, you will consume less. If you will consume less, then the income will multiply less. So more tax rate, less the multiplier. When you have higher tax rate, you have less money left for consumption. When you have less money left for consumption, your multiplier will automatically fall. ठीक है? So this is it. So okay, I will just scroll it there. If you wanted to copy, go ahead and do that. Let me know once it's done, huh? Done? ठीक है. Now, okay. So now the last thing for IS curve is shift versus movement. IS curve will shift whenever any exogenous factor will shift. Government expenditure increases, tax decreases, net export increases, autonomous investment increases, autonomous consumption increases, IS curve will shift rightwards. Government expenditure decreases, tax increases, net export decreases, autonomous investment decreases, autonomous consumption decreases, IS curve will shift leftwards. Movement along the curve only when x or y axis changes, माने changes in interest rate. Right? So this is about your IS curve. Do I move on to the LM now? Chaliye. Let's go back to the notes once. So read. What if y changes? It depends. Why is y changing? If y is changing due to other factors, like when g increases, y increases, shift. If y is changing due to r, movement. Okay, acha dekho. So read this, read this. Now let's talk about the LM curve. When we talk about the LM curve, हमें दो चीजें देखना है. We have to study about the demand of money and the supply of money. सबसे पहले I hope all of you will revise. I think I have given it here. All of you will revise the meaning of money, functions of money, types of money. I am not doing all of this in class. And the type of money supply. M1, M0, M2, M3. This is all homework. Okay, this is something which you can do. So you revise this from the notes. Okay. All definitions of money. कि किसने क्या बोला? Like for example, who said money is what money does? You have to remember that. Okay. Now, LM curve mein, we want to talk about the supply of money. So as I said, all of you will understand what is M0, M1, M2, M3. What is NM0, NM1, NM2, NM3. ये दोनों, ये सब कुछ you have to know. अब आते हैं हम supply of money पे, that we understand that the central bank controls the supply of money, right? So the first thing, which is a theoretical base work, which is a classical plus monetarist view, and which is focused by Friedman. Friedman ने क्या बोला, क्या classical view है, वो है कि money supply is high powered money times the money multiplier, where H is high powered money, also called as the base money, and M is money multiplier. ठीक है, M is money multiplier. Now, money supply. अच्छा, what is high powered money? High powered money or base money? It is the, they are very important. NM1, NM2, anything can be asked. You have to know them well. Okay. So, okay, so high powered money. So what is high powered money? High powered money is also called as the base money, and it is the money which is the base of any country. माने वो money है, monetary base है, which is the stock of money which is directly created by central bank. जो पैसा central bank ने directly create किया है, that is high powered money. ठीक है, it is like the foundation of the entire money supply. So we can say that this is the foundation of entire money supply. ठीक है, जो भी money multiply होगा, whatever money will multiply itself, it will be based on this. So high powered money is currency plus reserves, C plus R. अब मनी सप्लाई का दो थ्योरीज आर वेरी फेमस. One theory says that money supply is exogenous. And the second theory says that money supply is endogenous. Exogenous माने कि it is determined outside the model. हमें नहीं पता क्या वैल्यू होगा. It is given as, it is taken as given. जो भी वैल्यू दिया हुआ है वो दिया हुआ है. So in that case supply of money is drawn vertical. ऐसा बना देते हैं हम. On the other hand, endogenous का मतलब ये रहेगा that it is determined within the model. जैसे हम demand of money को determine करते हैं, even the supply of money is determined within the model. So then we assume that the supply of money, it is upward sloping. ठीक है, so endogenous money supply में we assume it is upward sloping. Exogenous money supply में it's vertical. Most of the time हम ये वाला model लेके चलते हैं. We take this model. Now there are different theories of the demand of money also. Right? So when we talk about the demand of money, demand of money is the money which we are going to demand. And according to Keynes, there are तीन main reasons हैं जिसके लिए we will be going ahead and we will be demanding money. Right? The first reason is transaction, second is precautionary, and third is speculative. But उसके बारे में I will just talk about it in a minute. First, in the demand of money, जो हमारा first theory आता है, that is called as the Fisher's quantity theory of money. Fisher's quantity theory of money basically says MV is equal to PT, where M is money, V is velocity, P is price, T is number of transactions. And since it is difficult to know the number of transactions, मुश्किल है ये जानना कि number of transactions कितना होगा, so we go ahead and we rewrite this thing as MV is equal to PY. Because it is easier to know the output in the economy. And if I see this, तो ये जो Y है, since this is output in economy, इसको हम also we can go ahead and say as real GDP. And when we multiply it with price, जब हमने इसको price से multiply किया, so what we go ahead and get can be called as nominal GDP. ठीक है, so we are saying that money is a function of nominal GDP as well. अब since this is a classical theory, Fisher was a classical economist. तो according to him, output जो है it was at full employment level, and velocity of money was constant. So if output was at full employment level and velocity of money was constant, therefore we go ahead and we get that यहाँ से इस equation को हम लिख सकते हैं कि V is constant and Y is also constant. So whenever M increases, P will increase, and इसको हम बोल देते हैं neutrality of money. ठीक है, ये कहता है दैट परसेंटेज चेंज इन मनी एंड प्राइस इज इक्वल। माने कितने से इन्फ्लेशन आएगा इकोनॉमी में, हाउ मच इन्फ्लेशन विल कम इन द इकोनॉमी, वॉट एवर विल बी द ग्रोथ ऑफ मनी। ठीक है, सॉरी, आई एम जस्ट लुकिंग इन द चैट. What should I repeat? I missed this. Which part should I repeat? So we have quantity theory of money, MV is equal to PY. ठीक है, this is given by Fisher. Fisher is classical economist and classicals ने बोला है कि Y is equal to YF, मतलब output full employment level पे. So therefore Y is constant. अगर Y constant हो जाता है तो I can put Y constant, V be constant, I am assuming velocity constant. So these two increase by the same amount. So whenever there will be increase in price, it will cause increase in money by same amount, or reverse actually. Whenever there will be increase in money, it will cause increase in price by same amount. इसी को हम बोल देते हैं neutrality of money. Clear? Class, for those of you who missed, we have covered completely what is national income, we talked about what are the different concepts under simple Keynesian model. We talked about the IS curve, LM curve, its slope, when they shift, its equations. We talked about money market, different quantity theory of money, and at last, we talked about the bonds market. है ना, ये सब हमने कवर कर दिया. Today, to begin with, we want to go ahead and we want to do one question, and that is going to be on finding the equilibrium of the ISLM. एक क्वेश्चन हम लेंगे, हाउ टू गो अहेड एंड हाउ टू फाइंड इक्विलिब्रियम अंडर ISLM कर्व. देन वी विल ऑल्सो डिस्कस थोड़ा सा डिटेल में, बहुत क्विकली, फिस्कल एंड मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी multiplier. And after this, we are going to go ahead and we are going to talk about the different consumption theories, the different investment theories, and the different formulas related to money multiplier. This is the agenda that I have in mind. इतना तो हमें करना ही है. Towards the last, मैंने एक set of notes prepare किया है, in which I have gone ahead and I have explained classical versus Keynes. क्या? I'm still finishing up the notes. ये सब I have already done in the notes. But if I think I'm missing something, I will add on to the notes. ठीक है? तो कल का जो notes है, I've gone ahead and I have added on to the same notes so that you have one PDF which you can use for revision. सिर्फ उतना PDF भी if you do, it will be a good revision of macroeconomics for all of you. So I'm going to go ahead and I am going to then talk about classical versus Keynes. And इसमें specifically we'll talk about the labor market and the AS curve. ठीक है, चलो, let's begin. So first of all, let's begin by going ahead and understanding how to find fiscal and monetary policy multiplier. So what the fiscal policy multiplier is saying, ये क्या बोलता है? That once you find the equilibrium, माने you have an IS curve, you have an LM curve, and there is a fiscal policy. So it can be increase in government expenditure या decrease in taxes, या decrease in government expenditure, increase in taxes, या increase in subsidies, या decrease in subsidies. कुछ भी हो सकता है. So when, let me write subsidies also here only. So whenever there is going to be increase in government expenditure, it will shift the IS curve rightwards. Similarly, decrease in taxes and increase in subsidies bhi will shift the IS curve rightwards. Whenever there is decrease in government expenditure, increase in taxes, increase in subsidies, it will shift the IS curve leftwards. So when this IS curve shifts, तो हमें दिख रहा है that there is an increase in the level of income and increase in the interest rate. अब whenever there is going to be an increase in interest rate, तो उससे related we have a concept जिसको हम बोल देते हैं, which is called as crowding out effect. Crowding out effect को you can consider it like this, huh? Suppose I tell you that you have 1,000 rupees and I ask you that please give this to me as loan. I am your friend, friend one. And I've asked you कि please give me this 1,000 rupees as loan. ठीक है? Currently, there is no other person asking loan from you. आपसे कोई और loan तो मांग नहीं रहा. So you give this 1,000 to me. I am happy. You are happy. I will return it with interest. Now suppose consider scenario 2 जहाँ पे there is another friend, friend 2. He also came to you and he said, you know what? I am in urgent need of money. Give me loan. So now there is competition among the friends. दो लोग हैं, but you have this fixed money with you, this fixed 1,000 rupees from you. So you will distribute this 1,000 rupees. Maybe friend 1 can get 500, friend 2 can get 500, yeah, he can get 600, he can get 400, ऐसा कुछ. So you will be distributing this money among the two friends, na? And that is exactly crowding out effect. So when the government comes into picture, तो गवर्नमेंट को ये एक्सपेंस करने के लिए, गवर्नमेंट को ये खर्चा करने के लिए, फॉर गवर्नमेंट टू स्पेंड दिस मनी, गवर्नमेंट इज ऑल्सो गोइंग टू द बैंकिंग सेक्टर फॉर मनी. And already in the background, firms were also going to the banking sector for money. Firms भी बैंक के पास ही जा रहे थे कि मुझे पैसा दे दो. I need to do investment. So now what has happened is that two people are going towards the banking sector for money. दो लोग जा रहे हैं बैंक के पास पैसे के लिए. So it's like this. We have market for loanable funds. एक है demand of loanable funds, एक है supply of loanable funds. So this is the amount of loans in the market and this is the interest rate in the market. Now whenever there will be increase in the demand of loanable funds, माने और लोगों को loanable funds चाहिए होंगे, it will go ahead and it will increase the interest rate in the economy. तो when more people compete for the same money, जब ज्यादा लोग उस मनी के लिए compete कर रहे हैं, when more people compete for the same money, it is going to increase the interest rate. Banks will be at a profit कि वाह दो दो लोग आ रहे हैं, you know, the bank can give to anyone, whoever is willing to pay that higher interest rate. So this increase in interest rate, this is basically going ahead and it is crowding out the investment done by firms. Because the interest rate is increasing, जब interest rate बढ़ रहा है, it is going to go ahead and decrease the amount of loan that the private sector will take. Because loan taking is becoming expensive. लोन लेना अब महंगा हो रहा है. तो क्योंकि महंगा हो रहा है तो कम लोन्स लेंगे, दे विल टेक लेस लोन्स बिकॉज लोन्स आर एक्सपेंसिव, सो द प्राइवेट सेक्टर विल रिड्यूस देयर इन्वेस्टमेंट. So it's like this. The actually output should have increased by this much, by the gap of the two IS curve. इतने से आउटपुट को बढ़ना चाहिए था जितने का डिफरेंस है दो IS कर्व का. बट आउटपुट इज ओनली इंक्रीजिंग बाय दिस मच. आउटपुट सिर्फ इतने से बढ़ रहा है. तो दिस अमाउंट, दिस गैप, हाँ, this is the amount by which it got crowded out. This is the amount by which it got crowded out. This is the concept of crowding out. Okay. Now, what has happened is that once we understand this process that there is crowding out, तो अब हमें निकालना है that what is this fiscal policy multiplier. माने how much is the amount by which this output is actually increasing when there was increase in government expenditure. Government expenditure क्यों बढ़ा? क्योंकि IS curve shifted rightwards, right? Now, how much is this increase in output? That is called as fiscal policy multiplier. So we are finding out what is the increase or change in output when there is change in government expenditure. But which output? कौन सा output है ये? This output is that equilibrium output. ये भी equilibrium output है, ये भी equilibrium है. And which equilibrium? Wherever IS and LM are meeting. So wherever you have IS and LM meeting. तो माने आई नीड टू फाइंड आउट कि IS and LM कहाँ मीट कर रहे हैं. Where IS and LM curve are meeting each other, right? So if you remember from yesterday's class, हमने IS curve का equation किया था, right? So the IS curve equation was written in terms of alpha G and B. You remember this? हमने कल किया था. And we had also written the equation of LM curve in terms of M by P, K, and H. Now we need to go ahead and we need to combine the equations together. हमें इन दो equations को एक साथ combine करना है to find the equilibrium output in the economy. So what was the equation of the IS curve? Y is equal to alpha G A bar minus BI. And what was the equation of the LM curve? LM curve का क्या equation था? The equation of LM curve was M by P is equal to KY minus HI. Right? So from here, if I solve, I will get I as M by P. I can take reverse. So KY minus M by P into 1 by H. When I will plug this here, जब मैं इसको यहाँ plug करती हूँ, that means I am finding the intersection of IS and LM curve. So I get Y is equal to alpha G A bar minus B. And instead of I can write KY minus M by P by H. ठीक है, you can find Y from here. वो आपका equilibrium Y होगा. So Y plus alpha G, or I can simply take alpha G on the other side. So Y by alpha G plus B by H, KY is equal to A bar plus B by H, M by P. यहां से टेक Y कॉमन, and find that value of Y. Is it clear? ये बात समझ में आ रही है? Ask doubts if any. हाँ, good question. So in one we use nominal interest rate and in one we use real interest rate, but we assume that expectation about inflation or inflation is zero. तो current model में we are just assuming that we can use nominal and real interchangeably, right? ठीक है, तो आई होप दैट दिस इज क्लियर टू यू, ये एक बारी ध्यान से देख लो. सो वी सेड दैट वी वांट टू फाइंड आउट नंबर वन व्हाट इज इक्विलिब्रियम वैल्यू ऑफ y. इक्विलिब्रियम y इज दैट y वेयर IS एंड LM कर्व इंटरसेक्ट. तो हमारे पास कल दो इक्वेशन आया था. वी हैड फाउंड आउट टू इक्वेशंस yesterday. The first equation that we had, that was this. This was the equation of IS curve. दूसरा इक्वेशन जो आया था, that was this. This was the second equation, and this was the equation of the LM curve. बस I am simultaneously solving the two equation. Don't get worried कि मैम so many parameters, so confusing, ना कुछ नहीं करना है. I am just finding interest rate from one equation. एक equation से interest rate निकाल रहे हैं, and I'm just plugging it in the other equation. So my entire equation becomes a function of y, and then I'm just finding the value of y. In the diagram, crowded out output. ठीक है, कुछ नहीं है. So what we have done is we are just saying that I have an IS curve, I have an LM curve. अब the IS curve is shifting rightward by this amount, जो भी gap है. हाँ, so ideally my output should have increased by the shift of the IS curve. But output कितना से increase हो रहा है? I am going from point E to E dash. माना I am going from output level Y to Y dash. So this amount, this is called as crowding out. ये पूरा vertical, this is the gap between the two IS. This is the actual increase in output. The remaining amount that is getting crowded out. उतना output increase नहीं हो पा रहा. It's not getting increased by that amount. Once again the equation. हाँ. So equation is nothing बेटा. ये equation, if you remember, this is yesterday's class. IS curve equation which we had got from this. Y is equal to C plus I plus G plus NX को जब हमने solve किया था, we had got this equation. ये भी it is from yesterday's class जब हमने supply of money equal to demand of money किया था. I am just using the LM curve equation to find the interest rate and putting it in the IS curve equation. यहाँ पे डाल रहे हैं. So that my entire equation becomes a function of y. ये पूरा equation it becomes a function of y. Now once the entire equation is a function of y, I am just solving for y. That's it. मतलब you just have to simultaneously solve the two equations. Is it clear now? ठीक है. So please go ahead and do this question. This is a JNU question, beta. C is equal to 388 plus 0.75y minus 15r. I is equal to 1863 plus 0.5y minus 25r. Find the slope of IS curve for this economy. हाँ, तो बेसिकली मेमोराइज कर लो या फिर मेथड सीख लो. सो आई एम येट टू टेल यू हाउ टू फाइंड द मल्टीप्लायर. I'll just do it in a minute, but just do this question. Up to you. You either memorize it or you know how to solve. Knowing is better. Okay. Do this question. Find the slope of IS curve. y is equal to c plus I, y is equal to 388 plus 0.75y minus 15r plus 1863 plus 0.5y minus 25r. So you get 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 12, 2251, right? Minus 40r, 10, sorry. Please look, if I am putting the right calculations. So you will have 40r is equal to 2251 plus 0.25y. I'll change this a bit, sorry, Just make it as 0.05. Otherwise, IS curve will come positive. Positive तो नहीं ले सकते IS curve को. We need a negative slope. Make this 0.05 and solve, please. So now I will have 0.80. ठीक है? So now I will have yeah. So the slope of IS curve is dr by dy. If you differentiate, you will get 40 dr. ये constant है 0 minus 0.2 dy. So dr by dy, it will become minus 0.2 divided by 40. This will be your slope. ठीक है. So minus 0.005. ठीक है. Any doubt, anyone? This is your last chance to ask doubts. Don't shy. नहीं आ रहा है, ask me. ठीक है. Do the next part. So let's say now that if interest rate is fixed at 15%, find equilibrium income of the economy. Yes, slope is always dr by dy. Why not dy by dr? Because this is how IS curve is drawn, right? In ry space. So it is always perpendicular by base. Perpendicular is r, base is y. Why didn't we use autonomous equation? Because यहाँ पे एक equation दिया हुआ है ना, so I will use the equation given. Find equilibrium y. ठीक है. So whatever all of you are getting. तो यहाँ पे बस in this equation you substitute the value of r डाल दो यहाँ पे and you solve for y. ठीक है. You substitute for r and solve for y. Okay. Now let's talk about the multipliers. तो multipliers के लिए since we have found this equation, ऑफ इक्विलिब्रियम y का हमने इक्विलिब्रियम निकाल लिया है. सो द फिस्कल पॉलिसी मल्टीप्लायर, that is nothing but dy by dg, or g is part of this autonomous, right? So this a bar को for just solving purpose just assume कि यहाँ पे g bar रहा होगा. So if I have to write this equation, I can say 1 upon 1 by alpha g plus b by h k into g plus b by h upon 1 by alpha g plus b by h k m by p. मैंने बस इसको I've just split that in two parts. So fiscal policy multiplier will be this value, and monetary policy multiplier will be this value. So you can think that your fiscal policy multiplier will be 1 upon 1 by alpha g plus b by h k, and your monetary policy multiplier will be b by h upon 1 by alpha g plus b by h k. ठीक है? Is it clear? Okay. So we found out this equilibrium level of y. ठीक है? Equilibrium level of y was this value, a bar plus b by h m by p upon this. Now we know that a bar had all autonomous factors like I, G, Nx, all autonomous factors were there in A bar. Because for fiscal policy, I need to differentiate with respect to G. मुझे G के respect में differentiate करना है. तो I can just assume कि autonomous factor is just G part, just for simplicity. तो यहाँ पर अगर ये G है, and I have to differentiate Y with respect to G, तो this will go away. This is a constant. सिर्फ G वाला factor रहेगा. So you will be left up with this upon this. G का differentiation will become 1, and I will just have the denominator. माने this part. This will become my fiscal policy multiplier. Similarly, if I have to find monetary policy multiplier, it is dy by dm by p. That means how output changes when money supply changes. So this will go away. ये constant हो जाएगा. And its differentiation will become this part. This part. So the coefficient जो g के साथ का coefficient है, the coefficient which is coming with g, this is my fiscal policy multiplier. And the coefficient which is coming with m by p, this is my monetary policy multiplier. Okay. Is it clear now? Okay. So the next thing then, which is important after this, is that we do some consumption theories. But what I want all of you to do in the background is to do all of this. I've written some very important points. You have to read these points. This is some theory, like what is central bank, what is its role, what is high powered money. You do all of this. What is the slope of IS curve, LM curve, its derivation. Derivation we have also done in class yesterday. Okay? And you have to also do the different formulas of money multiplier. So I will just quickly revise that with you. Then we'll move on to the theories. Money multiplier की बात कर लेते हैं. So make a formula sheet for money multiplier. Now, money multiplier basically goes ahead and tells us that how many times money multiplies itself, right? So it's a very simple system. Suppose you go ahead and you give some money in the bank. आपने कुछ पैसा बैंक में डिपॉजिट किया. Now what bank will do ना, it will keep some money as reserve, कुछ पैसा reserve में रखेगा, and the remaining money bank will give out as loan. Whatever money bank will give out as loan to any person, ये इंसान इस money को spend करेगा. So for example, I take a loan for buying a car. So I will spend that on buying the car. So I will give it to the car dealer. And this money will go in the bank account of car dealer. So again, there will be a deposit which will be done. एक deposit दोबारा से होगा. This will again mean that bank will keep some amount as reserve. Reserve means that money which the bank cannot spend. वो पैसा बैंक लोन की तरह नहीं दे सकता है. And the remaining the bank will give out as loan. And the process will continue. So there will be deposit, loan, deposit, loan, deposit, loan. So the number of times that money will multiply itself, that will be called as the monetary, that will be called as the money multiplier. A money multiplier ki there are several formulas. The first formula that we have, that is the simplest formula, and that is 1 by reserve ratio. ये एकदम basic formula है. कभी कभी इतना basic भी they ask in exam. So suppose for example, if they tell you that the reserve ratio is 20%, and they simply say find money multiplier. तो कुछ नहीं करना, it will be 1 by 0.20, that means 10 by 2, that means 5. So money will multiply itself 5 times. हो गया, that's it. Now, the second thing that sometimes can come in exam, वो basically related हो जाती है with the other formulas, which is when we go ahead and we introduce the concept of excess reserves. तो एक्सेस रिजर्व्स में there are two kind of reserves. पहला रिजर्व होता है which you have to mandatory keep, and the second reserve is which are excess reserves which the bank is not supposed to keep but bank is keeping for safe purpose to avoid risk. वो थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा पैसा बचा के रखता है, does not give out as loan, and they are called as excess reserves. So when you will be given excess reserve, money multiplier formula will change, and money multiplier will go ahead and become 1 plus small c upon c plus r plus e, where c will be called as the currency ratio. Right? So cash held by public divided by the deposits. R is your required reserve ratio. And E becomes your excess reserve ratio, जो extra reserve bank रखता है. ठीक है. So basically, with the presence of excess reserve, this is what becomes your formula. अब कभी कभी एग्जाम में the excess reserve can be 0. Then, but there will be some currency ratio. तो formula change हो जाएगा. It will become 1 upon c plus r. So this is like the most important formula. If you learn this, so you can do all cases. Suppose excess reserve and currency both are not given to you. CB 0 hai and EB 0 hai. Both are missing from the question. So then in that case, you will be back to your original one, which will be 1 by R. Right? So which one you will be applying? It depends on what will be given to you. Okay. M is the multiplier, money multiplier, correct? Couldn't we use that minus 1 by alpha g b for slope quotient? No. Sorry, I missed that earlier. Either you cannot, because you see that they have not given you a general function. यहाँ देखो ना, the consumption is also a function of interest rate, which is unusual. Usually consumption is C bar plus CYD. R is missing from consumption function. So here they have gone ahead and given you a different kind of consumption function. So you cannot use that general formula. Alpha G is 1 upon 1 minus MPC. हाँ, that is correct. ठीक है, ओके. ठीक है. So this is the general formula of your monetary reserves. Okay. So let's say that you're given a question now that in an economy, the currency deposit ratio is 0.40, excess reserves ratio is 0.001, and required reserve ratio is 0.10. If the monetary base is 10,000, find money supply in the economy. Karo, do it. Okay, so let's find out the multiplier. Multiplier का simple formula है 1 plus C upon C plus E plus R. So it will be 1 plus C, currency deposit ratio, upon 0.40 plus 0.001 plus 0.10. ठीक है, just solve this. क्या आ रहा है आंसर? What answer are you getting? 0.501. Tell me what is this approximate value? So it will be 2.79. ठीक है, 2.79. Now the question is asking find the money supply in the economy. So we know that the amount of money supply in economy is money multiplier into high powered money. H is high powered money and H is also called as monetary base money, है ना? तो monetary base कितना दिया हुआ? What is the monetary base given? 10,000. Money multiplier कितना निकाला? How much money multiplier we found out? 2.79. So what will be the amount of supply of money? 279, this much. This will be the supply of money in the economy. Okay. हाँ, I am just taking 2.79 पे, as all of you have told, जो भी exact value यहाँ पे आएगा, whatever money multiplier you will get here, you will just multiply that with 10,000. So उतना money supply will be there in the economy. Is it clear now? I hope all of you have got a clear understanding of what is money multiplier. Okay, one more question. ठीक है. So this is 2011 JNU question. So the money multiplier in an economy increases with A, increase in CRR, B, increase in SLR, C, increasing banking habits of people, या D, increase in population of country. Answer this. अच्छा देखते हैं. So look here. When we wrote money multiplier is 1 by reserve ratio. Required reserve. Required reserve माने it includes the cash reserves also and statutory liquidity reserves also. दोनों are included. Both of them are included. ठीक है. Now, if RRR increases, denominator increases, so this fraction will decrease. माने if CRR increases, money multiplier will fall. If SLR increases, money multiplier will fall. So this is not true. This is not true. Now look at the third option and fourth option. Increase in banking habit of people. Increase in banking habit का क्या meaning हो गया? That people are putting more money as deposits. That is what banking habit means. You're opening up a bank account, you're putting more money as deposit. So if you will go ahead and if you will be putting more money as deposit, इसका क्या meaning होगा? That the banks can give out more loans because there are more money. When more money will be deposited, that is what financial inclusion is. Financial inclusion क्यों important है? That we encourage more people to put money in the bank. जितना ज्यादा पैसा बैंक में आएगा, the more the deposits will be there, the more loans can be given, more process of money multiplier can be created. So creating banking habit means more deposit, more loan, more deposit, और ये process चलता रहेगा. So definitely this can help increase the process of money multiplier. Increasing population of country, now this is not certain. क्योंकि when you increase population of country, how does this ensure that people will open a bank account? इससे कैसे फाइनल होता है कि लोग बैंक अकाउंट खोलेंगे? How does this ensure that there will be less dependent? More population का मतलब तो more children भी हो सकते हैं, more old age people भी हो सकते हैं. It does not ensure people will have a bank account. People can still be illiterate. So only banking habits can ensure that money can multiply itself. Answer will be C, not D. ठीक है. So C is the right answer to this question. Clear हुआ ये बात? Okay. Now another question. Then we will move on to another topic. So an economy has proportionate tax T, marginal propensity to consume alpha, marginal propensity to import M. Alpha is 0.8, T is 0.2, M is 0.1. Find short run investment multiplier? A, 50 by 53. B, 25 by 11. C, 50 by 3. D, 2. Do it. How about others? What is the formula? 1 upon 1 minus C, 1 minus T plus M. 1 upon 1 minus marginal propensity to consume is 0.8. 1 minus tax rate is 0.2. And this is 0.1. ठीक है? Just put it in the formula. What was the formula of investment multiplier? We did in the last class only, right? हमने सारे लिखा तो था. 1 upon 1 minus C when there is no tax. 1 upon 1 minus C, 1 minus T when there is tax. 1 upon 1 minus C, 1 minus T plus M when imports are also there. This is alpha G. This is also investment multiplier. Also investment multiplier. इसको गवर्नमेंट मल्टीप्लायर भी बोल सकते हैं, इन्वेस्टमेंट भी बोल सकते हैं, माने एनी ऑटोनॉमस फैक्टर का चेंजेस दिस मच. ठीक है, सो दिस इज हाउ आउटपुट चेंजेस as G changes. This is how output changes as I bar changes, how output changes as C bar changes, any autonomous factor. Why did we add M here? Because here we assumed that import is a function of income. M is M bar plus small my. तो जब हम ऐसे करते हैं y is equal to C bar plus small c yd, C plus I plus G plus nx, ऐसे लिखते हैं ना, y is equal to C plus I plus G plus nx. So here my import is this function. So we get y is equal to C bar plus C, y minus ty plus I plus G plus x minus m bar plus my. When you will solve this equation, जब इसको solve करोगे y के लिए, you will get y is equal to 1 upon 1 minus C, 1 minus T plus M into C bar plus I bar plus G plus X minus M bar. So you will get this factor. So we are just assuming that import is a function of income. And ये जो small m है, this is marginal propensity to import. How import changes when income changes. It cannot be called fiscal policy multiplier बेटा, इसको government multiplier बोल सकते हो, not fiscal. क्योंकि fiscal and monetary policy multiplier come from ISLM curve. Don't get confused there, huh? इसको you can say alpha G. You can call this as government multiplier, not fiscal policy. The word fiscal policy multiplier and monetary policy multiplier, वो हमने जो अभी क्लास का स्टार्टिंग में the ones we found out, they are those which come from ISLM curve. This is only coming from the basic goods market, simple Keynesian model. So be very clear with it. यहां पे जो भी हम कर रहे हैं, these are my simple Keynesian model when I only have goods market. But when we find fiscal and monetary policy multiplier, ये तब निकाला था when we found out the equilibrium y by solving IS and LM. Revise this very carefully. Correct. Yes. ठीक है. So now solve this. Tell me what you are getting. तो यहाँ पे आएगा 1/1 minus 0.8 into 0.8 plus 0.1. So 1/1.1 minus 0.64. So 1/46. 100 by 46. 50 by 23. So this should be, I should give this option as 50 by 23. Option will be C. Sorry, it should not be 50 by 3. Maybe some printing mistake in the question. This should be 50 by 23. ठीक है? Is it clear? Everyone is clear with this? कोई doubt? Anyone? Okay, now I will move on to the consumption theories. अब देखो, if you go back to the notes ना, ये सारा formulas I have mentioned here. Just do these formulas well. Now I'm talking about the consumption theories. तो consumption theories में I want all of you to read this. I am not doing the reading अभी. In between कहीं कहीं पे I have given some important quotes. कभी कभी in exam, sometimes they will ask you some quotes also. They will go ahead and where to find these notes. They got uploaded yesterday. Can someone help? कहाँ पे हैं exactly? Because I asked the team to upload that yesterday only. Maybe in the marathon section only. Okay, thanks. ठीक है. So sometimes in exam they will ask you some quotes also. ठीक है, like what is the meaning of keep up with the Joneses? Yeah, for example, they will say who used the term animal spirits. ऐसे करके they will give you some terms. So number one, I have mentioned all those words here. You have to go ahead and you have to read this अच्छे से. Number two, what you have to go ahead and you have to do is that towards the end, I have gone ahead and I have created these tables. हर एक से related. What these tables will do is they will tell you the name of the theory, who gave it, which year, and what is the meaning of the theory. And I have done it for all of them, for investment theories also and consumption theories also. So you will go ahead and you will revise these well. ठीक है? Now I am just explaining you in summary. Notes padna is your responsibility. That is the minimum I expect from all of you. So first of all, the first thing that we have that is called as absolute income hypothesis. Absolute income hypothesis was given by Keynes. ये Keynes ने दी थी. And he went ahead and said that C is equal to C bar plus small cy. He introduced two terms. Either uploaded for everyone. Still, in case you're not able to find them, just drop a message on WhatsApp. Sir will help you with that. ठीक है? हाँ, okay. So C is equal to C bar plus CY. अब देखो ध्यान से. Here small c is marginal propensity to consume and C by Y is called as average propensity to consume. This is how consumption changes when income changes. ठीक है? Now, they are enough actually. I have created them with full inclusion. ठीक है? Now, यहाँ पर try to think of two things. First of all, that the marginal propensity to consume, it is always between 0 and 1. माने change in consumption by change in income is always between 0 and 1. और इससे if I focus only on this part, अगर मैं सिर्फ इस part पे focus करूं, this just says that change in consumption by change in income is less than 1. So change in consumption is less than change in income. So this basically goes ahead and means that whenever your income will increase, consumption बढ़ेगी तो सही, consumption will increase, but consumption में increase will be less than income में increase. Consumption will increase by less amount. So for example, let's say that if my income increases by 1000, तो शायद consumption 400 से it can increase 500, 700. But ऐसा नहीं होगा that if income increases by 1000, तो consumption will also increase by 1000. That is very unrealistic. वो नहीं हो सकता है, right? So this is the first thing, that marginal propensity to consume will be between 0 and 1. The second thing जो उन्होंने focus किया, he focused that, if I write C is equal to C bar plus CY and I divide throughout by Y. So I get C by Y is equal to C bar by Y plus small c Y by Y. Mane I will get C by Y is equal to C bar by Y plus small c. So I will get average propensity to consume is equal to C bar by Y plus marginal propensity to consume. Okay. Now, question is how average propensity to consume changes as income changes. APC कैसे change होगा जब income change होगी. So we notice that income is only coming here and वो भी denominator में. So as my income increases, APC decreases. So this is the most important rule, that as income increases, average propensity to consume decreases. APC decreases. ठीक है. So this is the second thing which we go ahead and we say. दो चीजें finally we have learned. The first thing is that one, the marginal propensity to consume is between 0 and 1. ये 0 और 1 के बीच में रहता है MPC. इसका implication ये है that the increase in consumption is less than increase in income. जितने से भी income बढ़ेगा, by whatever amount income will increase, consumption will increase by less amount. Consumption उससे कम से बढ़ेगा. And the other thing which we learned is that as income will increase, APC will decrease. ठीक है. एक और बात है which you can think about it, that as income increases, APC decreases. इसका क्या मीनिंग है? So in very simple terms, it means that as people get richer, right, then they save large proportion of their income. Right. जैसे जैसे वो रिच होते रहेंगे, how much can you consume? After a certain point, you will save most of it, right? So जैसे जैसे लोग अमीर होते हैं, वैसे वैसे वो उसका ज्यादा proportion save करते हैं. As people become rich, they save large proportion of their income. इससे we can also say that as income increases, APS increases. जैसे जैसे income increase होगा, average propensity to save will increase. Okay. What is the theoretical reason? As I said, I think it's clear now that once you become rich, it's like this. If I suppose abhi I am earning 1000, so I am consuming 800 out of it. Now suppose if I start earning 10,000, so maybe my needs will be satisfied even after consuming 6,000. Then suppose I start earning 1 lakh. Then how much ever I spend, maybe I just spend 55,000. So when you earn a lot, बहुत ज़्यादा earn करते हो, you earn 10 lakh a month. after a certain point, what you want to purchase will come to an end, right? You may want to save more amount of it. So out of 10 lakh, you may at max spend say 45, 4,000, 4 lakh 50,000. So you notice that this ratio continuously is falling. It's not that your consumption is falling. Consumption तो बढ़ रहा है. 800 से jump to 6,000. It jumped to 55,000. It jumped to 4,50,000. But still, your ratio वो fall कर रहा है. That is falling. ठीक है. So that's the first one, which is called as your absolute income hypothesis. अब Kuznets found out कि नहीं, I think that this does not work in the long run. तो Kuznets ने he worked with US data, and according to him, he found out that consumption is just CY. Right? So he said that in long run, there is no autonomous part to consumption. तो जब हम autonomous के साथ when we draw the consumption function वो ऐसा बनता है, right? There is some autonomous and then there is some slope. But when we draw without autonomous, that means it will be like this. It will pass through origin. This is not there. ये zero हो गया. So the curve will pass through origin. So according to Kuznets, long run consumption function looks like this. Zero income, zero consumption. Income increases, consumption increases. And according to Keynes, the function is this. Then we have something which is called as a relative income hypothesis. Relative income hypothesis, it was given by an individual and his name was Dusenberry. And he talked about two effects. Demonstration effect and ratchet effect. Demonstration effect says that you will consume based on intimating your friends and neighbors. Mane, for example, I go and visit my friend and I see that my friend is carrying an iPhone. So I may want to buy an iPhone. I see that, oh, my neighbor just purchased a new car. तो मेरे पास एक psychological pressure है कि I have to also buy a new car. I have to upgrade my car. तो demonstration effect ये बोलता है that people try to imitate the consumption pattern of neighbors, the consumption pattern of friends, the consumption pattern of relatives. जो भी दूसरे लोग करते हैं, you try to imitate them, you try to copy them, right? Same at a country level also. Developing countries try to imitate that of developed countries. कि they have this technology, we should also buy it, right? So that's the demonstration effect, that you copy others. आप अपने friends को, अपने peers को, अपने neighbors को, अपने relatives को copy करते हो. So consumption is not about income, पैसों से relation नहीं है, about absolute dollar, but about your position in the society, about your relative position. ठीक है? तो you always have a pressure कि within the income you have, you try to see कि what others have. मेरे को भी वो चाहिए. The second one is called as ratchet effect. Ratchet effect basically says that even when the income of people falls, especially during recession period, they don't want to give up their high standard of living. ठीक है? तो consumption does not fall. So during recession, जब लोगों को लगता है कि we don't have income, मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है, they will try to take loan, they will try to do something, but they want to maintain your consumption standard. They have adapted themselves to high standard. ठीक है? So to be very so all of you would see कि there was a time when in Indian household, सुबह उठ के, the breakfast used to be so simple. The breakfast used to be paranthas. The breakfast used to be the very simple, parantha and sabji. That is at least what I have seen in my household, in my childhood. But now do you see how we have adapted to the latest things? We want avocado, we need that, we need this. This is all high standard living. This is all high standard lifestyle जो हम लोग adapt करना चाहते हैं from the series we watch, from the influencers that we watch all day long, right? So we see all of the people have changed our lifestyle. Subah utho, have this in the morning, have that in the morning. So would you want to change your lifestyle when the income decreases? No, because you have adapted to a bigger, better lifestyle according to you. तो वो हो गया ratchet effect. So because of demonstration effect and ratchet effect, demonstration बोल रहा है you want to copy other, ratchet बोल रहा है you don't want to give up the lifestyle even when your income is falling. This becomes a relative income hypothesis. Relative means copy as compared to others. ठीक है, not your actual position. उससे मतलब नहीं how much you are earning. You are more concerned with relatively कितना है, what is the income you have as compared to others, right? The third one which we have, that is called as life cycle hypothesis. Life cycle hypothesis was given by Modigliani. And life cycle hypothesis basically goes ahead and says कि whatever money you earn, you want to smoothen that. So for example, if I start earning at 20 and I know I will die at 85, ठीक है, and I know that I will take my retirement at 65. So how many age I am working for? How many years? 45 years के लिए I am working. And कितने साल के लिए I will live? According to me, I will live for 65 years. So according to life cycle hypothesis, whatever money you earn in this 45 years, जितना भी पैसा आप in 45 years में earn कर रहे हो, you need to spread that in 65 years. You need to smoothen that out. So for example, we assume that every year, I earned 10,000. So for 45 years, every year I earned 10,000. This is my total earnings. And I have to spend this in 65 years. So 45 into 10,000 divided by 65, this will be my per year consumption. So whatever total money you earn when you are working, जो भी पैसा आप कमा रहे हो while working, you spread that for all the years you live. And you always start this calculation from the age you start working. So we assume that till 20 you are a dependent. वहां से कुछ calculation का relation नहीं है. From the age you start working to the age you die, you calculate total number of years. इसमें you need to do consumption. You calculate your total earnings and then you just find out per year earning. ठीक है? So this is called as smoothing of consumption. माने we are spreading out consumption. हमने consumption को spread out कर दिया. The next one which we have, that is called as permanent income hypothesis. This permanent income hypothesis, it was given by Friedman. He said कि दो तरीके का income है. One is permanent and one is transitory. Permanent income वो income है which drives your main spending. Transitory is one time income. जैसे एक बारी साल में you get the bonus. In 1 year you get one bonus. या once in a lifetime you win some lottery. ठीक है? तो फ्रीडमैन बोलते हैं कि whenever we talk about consumption, it will happen from permanent income. Consumption हमेशा permanent income से होगी. Transitory income is mostly saved. It does not change your consumption pattern. Transitory income माने एक टाइम का बोनस, one time bonus, one time lottery. This cannot change the way you consume. ठीक है? Only long term changes कि permanently my income increased by 10%. Increment मिल गया. That can go ahead and that can change my consumption. Then you have no. You don't consider your childhood. As I said, you're dependent. You only start from the age you start working. Then you have something which is called as Fisher's consumption hypothesis. Fisher is always related with intertemporal period. So Fisher basically talked about the fact कि consumption is not one period, जैसे हम आज तक देखते आ रहे हैं कि what will be consumption in this year? No, consumption can be across years, right? I can therefore save money for my future, and I can take loan also to increase my consumption today. So this is basically what you study in microeconomics. That consumption of current year plus future year, जिसको हम discount करते हैं, this should be equal to income of present year plus future year, which can be brought to present value. This is the only equation important here. So Fisher said that consumption is across periods. ये intertemporal in nature है. This will be across many periods. ठीक है? Now, the next one that we go ahead and we have, that is called as random walk. ठीक है? Again, as the word suggests, random walk, borrowing and lending, part of this. Yes, you can borrow or lend. So because consumption now is a function of both incomes, so it is possible that current consumption can be more than income. You can take loan, and it is possible current consumption can be less than current income, which means you can save some money. So both are possibilities. Correct. Achha, now you have random walk hypothesis. So random walk basically goes ahead and says that this was given by Hall. It says that if consumers are rational, right, their current consumption should reflect all available information. अगर मैं rational हूं, तो मैं सारी information को account करूंगी, whatever is given to me. So I suppose I have certain plan कि I want to retire by 45. I want to go to mountain hiking at 50. I want to do this at 55. I am rational, तो जितना भी मेरा information set है, I will use that entire information set to decide मुझे कितना consumption करना है. So if consumers are rational, अगर consumer rational हैं, then they will use their entire information set. But consumption can only change due to new information. Consumption can only change due to new random information. जैसे I had planned कि okay 2019 में I will go for this, I will go for a world tour, then I will do this. ऐसे accordingly I have decided कितना consume करना है. Now all of a sudden in 2019 there was COVID. So when there was COVID, things went for a halt and things changed. So it means that there was some new information which came into picture. So only when there is a new information, अनप्रिडिक्टेबल इंफॉर्मेशन, कोई ऐसी चीज जो आज तक मुझे नहीं पता थी, ऐसा कुछ हो जाए, then consumption will become unpredictable because I would not have accounted for that. Then consumption will follow a random walk. Random walk माने कुछ भी हो रहा है, haywire. Random walk means unpredictable हो गया, random in nature हो गया. तो consumption will become random in nature only when there is some new information. अगर कुछ ऐसा हो जाए which I am not aware of. As long as things are there in which you can think of that. Because we assume consumer is rational. Correct. So as long as we assume कि consumer rational है, माने consumer is already considering the possible information. वो सब कुछ consider करके चल रहा है. So if consumer is already considering everything, his consumption pattern will be straightforward. और वो कब random होगा? When will that become random? If there is something unexpected. कुछ भी unexpected हो, then it will become random in nature. Okay. Now, these are the different consumption theories that you have. Okay. There is something इसी में, it just struck my mind, so you can write this down. It's called as policy. It's not in the notes, तो लिख लो ineffectiveness hypothesis, right? PIH, policy ineffectiveness hypothesis, right? Policy ineffectiveness hypothesis basically goes ahead and works on a very similar principle. ठीक है, माने if the government declares things in advance, जैसे आज government बता दे that you know what, in the next year's budget I am going to cut tax rate by 10%. Now when you cut taxes, तो इससे consumption increase होता है. जब कंजम्पशन इंक्रीज होता है तो इकोनॉमी में एक मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट क्रिएट होता है. बट इफ द गवर्नमेंट अनाउंसेस दिस इन एडवांस, अगर गवर्नमेंट पहले ही अनाउंस कर दे कि मैं ऐसा करूंगी, आई विल डू समथिंग लाइक दैट इन द फ्यूचर, देन पीपल विल ऑलरेडी कंसिडर दिस फैक्ट while taking any decision. There will be no new news for people, no new information set for people, and therefore ये जो भी पॉलिसी के साथ गवर्नमेंट चेंजेस लाना चाह रही थी, वट एवर द गवर्नमेंट वॉन्टेड टू डू बिकॉज ऑफ द डिक्रीज इन टैक्स इन द इकोनॉमी, गवर्नमेंट विल नॉट अचीव इट because people will smoothen out, right? That jerk that government wanted to create कि एकदम से एक हाइक, एक स्ट्राइक आएगा आउटपुट में, जीडीपी में, that will not be created anymore. ठीक है, सो पॉलिसी इनइफेक्टिवनेस हाइपोथेसिस, इट्स ऑल्सो कॉल्ड पॉलिसी इनइफेक्टिवनेस प्रोपोजिशन, PIP. ठीक है, दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थ्योरी अंडर न्यू क्लासिकल और न्यू क्लासिकल इकोनॉमिस्ट. ठीक है, इट वॉज गिवन बाय थॉमस सार्जेंट and you have to also remember the year, by the way. It was given by Thomas Sargent and Neil Wallace. It was given in 1975. ठीक है, Sargent and Wallace gave this hypothesis and उन्होंने यही बोला that any predictable policy, जो चीज मैं पहले ही बता पा रही हूं, चाहे वो मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी हो या फिस्कल, any predictable policy cannot change the output, cannot change employment, cannot change real variable. तो if I can predict कि क्या होने वाला है, right? If people can predict, because people are rational, they are using all information, वो सारा information पहले ही use कर रहे हैं. So if people can predict what will happen, then in that case there will be no effectiveness of the policy. उस policy से कुछ भी effective achieve नहीं हो पाएगा. You cannot achieve anything from the policy. Is it clear? Okay, so with this we come to end of the consumption theories. Okay, I'll give you a statement, no problem. So you can write it down. The policy ineffectiveness proposition says that under the assumption of rational expectations, government fiscal or monetary policy is ineffective and cannot change any real variable like output, employment, etc. Only unpredictable. Only unpredictable information can bring changes in real variable. So you can use a word here probably to show that it is predictable. You can use the word systematic. Systematic means predictable. So policy ineffectiveness proposition says that under assumption of rational expectations, systematic government fiscal or monetary policy is ineffective, cannot change any real variable. Only unpredictable information can bring change. ठीक है? Can anyone by any chance tell me कि PIP की वजह से which supply curve came into picture? Which supply curve came into being from the PIP? Yes, good. So the policy ineffectiveness proposition gave rise to Lucas supply curve. ठीक है. So Lucas supply curve सिर्फ ये बोलता है that output can deviate from natural level of output. माने आउटपुट हमेशा फुल एम्प्लॉयमेंट लेवल पे ही रहेगा. आउटपुट विल ऑलवेज बी एट फुल एम्प्लॉयमेंट लेवल, बट आउटपुट विल गो अवे फ्रॉम फुल एम्प्लॉयमेंट ओनली if there is surprise element, माने unpredictable element. ठीक है. And in this case, because we are talking about the supply curve, so supply is a relation between price and output, na? So surprise element can only come from price changes. So let me explain this more. So we, under rational expectation, हम assume करते हैं that P and PE are same. So I always know कि actual inflation कितना रहेगा and my expected inflation and actual inflation are same. But if there is some surprise element, माने suppose due to some reason people could not could not get the right inflation, लोगों को सही estimate नहीं मिल पाए inflation का. Due to some reason there is a difference between actual inflation and expected inflation. They are not equal. Then in that case output will not be at full employment level. और ये क्यों होगा? When will inflation not be equal to expectations? Only when there is some surprise element. कुछ ऐसा हो जाए जो लोगों को नहीं पता था. ठीक है. If all of a sudden tomorrow you wake up in the morning and there is demonetization, उसके बारे में नहीं पता था. So your expectation about inflation, there was no time to change that. Right? So when there is some surprise element in the economy, then only the actual inflation and expectation about inflation will be different. एक gap रहेगा actual inflation और expectation के बीच में. And when there will be this gap, then output will not be at full employment level. Otherwise, output will be at full employment level. So this is called as Lucas supply curve. It's an implication of PIP. इसी का implication है ये. Okay, is it clear? So this sometimes can come in exam. But man, you have to be fully aware of all nearby concept. When you read a concept, go through it in detail. Give the equation for Lucas supply curve. Write it down. So y is equal to yf plus some alpha p minus expectation about p. So you can think that if price is equal to expectation about price, माने inflation and expected inflation are equal, so automatically y will be yf. ठीक है. Is it clear? Any doubt? Anyone? ठीक है. So I'll give you one or two more questions, then we'll take a break. Then we'll start with your investment theories. Write down a question. Economy's output in year 0 is 10% below its maximum potential output, and maximum potential output increases at the rate of 5% per annum. In such circumstance, for how many years would it be possible to maintain 6% per annum rate of growth of actual output? It's not completely macro का कोई concept, but such kind of questions can be asked in exam. Think about it. Anyone? Okay. How about others? Economy's output in year 0 is 10% below its potential maximum output. So let potential maximum output be P naught. ये मैक्सिमम आउटपुट है किसी इकोनॉमी में. Now the question is saying that actual output in this economy is 10% below it. माने potential से 10% lesser. This is what the question is saying. Whatever is your potential, suppose your potential is 1000. Then your actual output is 10% less than 1000. So 10% of 1000 is 100. So your current output is 900. If your potential is 1000. This is what the question is saying. Right? So actual output is P naught minus 10% means 10 by 100 P naught. So it will be P naught 100 minus 10, 90 by 100. So 0.90 P naught. Okay, you can just compare it with this. So whatever is your potential output, actual output is 10% below it. That's what the first statement is stating. Maximum potential output increases at the rate of 5% per annum. So the rate of growth of output is 5%. माने अगर ये आज 1000 है तो next year it will become 1000 plus 5% of 1000. Right? So it is increasing at a rate of 5%. So next year's output, potential output, will be whatever is last year's output, जो भी last year output रहा है, plus 5% of last year. यही तो हुआ. So if this is 1000, next year it will increase by 5%, this output. So it will become P naught plus 5 by 100 P naught. So it will become P naught 1 plus 5 by 100. So it means it will become 1.05 P naught. And every year it will happen this. So iske next year again it will become 5% of this. Uske next year it will again become 5% of this. So whenever we have to show yearly growth, so we can write that, okay, this becomes PT is equal to P naught 1.05, जो भी यहाँ पे आया है, to the power T. Because this is a general equation now. So if I ask you कि ठीक है, after 1 year कितना output होगा? You will put T as 1. So you will get PT is equal to P naught into 1.05. After 2 years कितना output हो जाएगा? So you will put T as 2. So P naught into 1.05 to the power 2. And so on and so forth. Okay. Whereas it says that the actual output increases by 6%. In such circumstances, for how many years would it be possible to maintain 6% per annual growth rate of the actual output? Right? So, ये था potential output. Potential, it's like a full employment level. ये actual output है. So, the question is saying that now I want my actual output to increase by 6%. So, my actual output is YT. And this should be Y naught into 1.06 to the power T. Because actual output will only if it grows at a higher rate, then it will be able to catch the potential output. Na? Try to think about it. There is an actual output. There is a potential output. Potential मतलब जब everyone in the economy is employed. मैं maximum की बात कर रही हूँ, full employment level की. This potential output is growing by 5%. The actual output has to catch already इससे नीचे है. This is 10% below it. And then it has to catch this potential output. इसको ये catch up भी तो करना है. So the actual output has to grow at 6%. This is what the question is saying. Right? It says how many years it has to do this. कितने साल के लिए करना पड़ेगा. So actual output is Y naught into 1.06 to the power T. And I have already found out the initial equation for the base year that Y naught is 0.9 P naught. So I can go ahead and I can say that YT is 0.90 P naught into 1.06 T. This is what the question is telling. ये सारा information question ने दिया है. It says for how many years you have to do this. So you can simply equate the two equations. So 0.90, that means you have to catch up. इसको catch up करना है. So you can just say 0.90 P naught 1.06 to the power T is equal to B naught 1.05 to the power T. Okay, so solve for T using scientific calculator or normal calculator. So 0.90 is equal to 1.05 by 1.06 to the power T. I have taken it here and solve for T. Take log on both sides and solve. So if I take log on both sides, ln 0.90 is equal to T ln 1.05 by 1.06. T is equal to ln 0.90 upon ln 1.05 by 1.06. जो भी answer you get. So I think this kind of question has been asked one time in paper. Okay. Very recently ऐसा कोई catch up variable वाला question was asked in the exam. So it will be a good idea to just look into this question once. I hope this is clear to you. बहुत basic है, but the information is a lot to process. So this is your actual output. This is your potential output. First thing was given कि actual output is below potential. So actual is less, potential is more. Potential is growing at 5%. Actual is growing at 6%, and it has to catch up this variable. In how many times can it do that? Okay. We'll begin talking about how the different school of thoughts came into picture. Okay. When we talk about the different school of thought that came in picture, so first of all is the classicals. See, classical economists, they are from 1700 to 1930s, with Adam Smith being the pioneer. Then we had Ricardo and we had Say. ये तीन important name है. Adam Smith, Ricardo and Say. These people believed things like supply creates its own demand, and like market is self-correcting, and the theory of invisible hand. Right? Mane, market will clear itself. Market में there is no role of the government. Government intervention की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. Supply will create its own demand. जो भी आप supply करोगे कोई ना कोई उसे ले लेगा. Someone will demand that commodity, whatever you supply. And invisible hand, again, it means कि government का there is no role. You don't need the government. खुद से markets will clear. Right? Now, all of us know that we had the coming up of the Great Depression, in which we realized कि ऐसा नहीं है. This is not true. Output was less than full employment level. We realized that factories were shutting down. We realized that there was high amount of unemployment in the economy. तो बहुत सारा problem इस economy में आ रहा था. Less output, more unemployment, factories shutting down, no demand, very low demand. So basically, whatever the classicals said, that was failing. वो completely fail हो रहा था. And that is when we had the coming up of John Maynard Keynes. Right? Keynes, he went ahead and he wrote a book. Anyone who can tell in the chat what's the name of the book he wrote? Anyone? What's the name of the book he wrote? General Theory of Interest, Money and Income. Okay. Theory of Employment, Inflation and Output. Good. So he wrote the book which talked about why output is below full employment level, क्यों factories close down हो रही हैं, why there is high unemployment rate, and तब he talked about a very important fact that we need the role of government. And he for the first time introduced the concept of aggregates. माने मैक्रो बना ही केन्स की वजह से है. He said don't look at different trees in the forest. अगर पूरा फॉरेस्ट जल रहा है, if the entire forest is burning, you don't aim at protecting individual tree. आप एक एक पेड़ को नहीं बचाओगे अलग अलग. You look at the forest as a whole. Similarly, if my body parts are failing, अगर मेरा if I have some problem with BP, some problem with sugar, हम उसको अलग अलग नहीं rectify करते हैं. We look at them at a whole. That is what he said. तो उन्होंने बोला कि ऐसे नहीं कर सकते हो that you look firms separately, you look at consumers separately, you look at other people separately. No, this is not how things work. You have to look at economy as a whole. आपको पूरा economy को एक साथ देखना है, right? So for the first time, Keynes was the person जिन्होंने aggregate का concept launch किया, right? And then he said that look, supply creates its own demand is wrong. ठीक है? There may be a case that demand will be insufficient. जितना आप सप्लाई कर रहे हो उतना डिमांड ना हो, कम पड़ जाए, डिमांड may be insufficient, right? So that is when Keynes came into picture. He introduced the concept of economy being driven by aggregate demand. उन्होंने बोला इकोनॉमी चलती ही एग्रीगेट डिमांड की वजह से है. If people will not spend money, economy will be stuck in a liquidity trap. So he introduced the term liquidity trap. उन्होंने ये word introduce किया जिसका मतलब है liquidity trap. Liquidity trap माने कि अगर आप खर्च नहीं करोगे, if money will come out of the economy, if you will be in a situation when people stop spending, then in terms of graphs, your LM curve will become horizontal. ठीक है? Then he also introduced some more terms like stickiness of price and wage. अभी इनके बारे में I will talk in detail in a minute. He said prices and wages are sticky. माने एक बारी प्राइस एक लेवल पे आ जाए या वेज एक लेवल पे आ जाए, it cannot move downward. It remains there. तो मार्केट कैन नॉट करेक्ट इटसेल्फ. सो यूजुअली क्या होता है, व्हाट डू वी डू इन द लेबर मार्केट? हम बोलते हैं दैट इफ आई हैव डिमांड एंड इफ आई हैव सप्लाई, लेबर सप्लाई, अगर लेबर का डिमांड गिरेगा, इफ फर्म्स विल नॉट डिमांड लेबर, देन ऑटोमेटिकली वेजेस शुड फॉल फॉर मार्केट्स टू क्लियर, है ना? सो न्यू इक्विलिब्रियम पे हमारे पास लो वेज रेट है. बट व्हाट ही वेंट अहेड एंड ही सेड इज दैट वेजेस आर स्टिकी. People will not accept less wage किसी भी रीजन की वजह से. There are unions, right? Bargaining power of people. So due to this reason, क्योंकि ये wage sticky है, it will not go downward. तो इस wage पे we will notice that the market will not clear. क्योंकि now the demand is only this much, supply is this much. So we will notice that demand of labor will become less than the supply of labor, and therefore there will be unemployment in the economy. है ना? हाउसहोल्ड्स तो सप्लाई करना चाहते हैं, बट फर्म्स आर नॉट डिमांडिंग लेबर, so there will be unemployment in the economy. So he said that in certain situations like this, we need the role of the government. हमें गवर्नमेंट का upcoming चाहिए. So role of government, right? So this was Keynes. ठीक है, I will do it in detail, classical versus Keynes, but I'm just telling you कि कैसे economics is evolving. Now this was going all well, एकदम ठीक चल रहा था कि classicals आए, and then during Great Depression Keynes came into picture. But during 1970s something very different happened. Why? What triggered the change? केन्स के आगे हम कैसे बढ़े? इट वॉज द पीरियड ऑफ स्टैगफ्लेशन. तो 1970s में हमने देखा that there is a period of stagflation in the economy. Stagflation means stagnation plus inflation. Stagnation means output was not increasing. अगर output increase नहीं होगा तो employment will not increase. So we saw that there was a period of high unemployment. Plus, there was a period of high inflation. हाँ, तो केन्स का मॉडल ने सजेस्ट किया था दैट दिस थिंग इज समथिंग विच इज इम्पॉसिबल. Keynes said कि whenever there will be high inflation in the economy, high inflation will come because of high demand. क्योंकि अगर हम ADAS curve का बात करें, suppose I make a usual demand and supply curve. So when demand increases, then price will increase in the economy. And because demand is high, माने प्रोडक्शन इज हाई. उस डिमांड को फुलफिल करने के लिए प्रोडक्शन हाई है तो फैक्ट्रीज आर वर्किंग एट अ हायर लेवल, तो फैक्ट्रीज आर एम्प्लॉइंग मोर पीपल, तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट इज हाई. तो अकॉर्डिंग टू केन्स, इफ द डिमांड इज बूस्टेड, अगर डिमांड हाई है तो देयर मस्ट बी हाई एम्प्लॉयमेंट इन द बैकग्राउंड ऑल्सो, राइट? सो व्हेन इन्फ्लेशन इज हाई, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट कम होना चाहिए, एम्प्लॉयमेंट वुड बी मोर. बट दिस थिंग स्टार्टेड ब्रेकिंग समहाउ. ये ये चीज हमें नहीं दिखी सिंस 1970s. वी सॉ कि ये चीज ब्रेक हो रही थी. सो सिंस दिस वाज ब्रेकिंग, हमारा केन्स का मॉडल स्टार्टेड फेलिंग. एंड देन वी ऑल्सो स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग अबाउट अनदर मॉडल विच इज कॉल्ड एज द neoclassical model. Right. In neoclassical model, the main figures were Samuelson, right, and Hicks. Now, ये मिडिल ग्राउंड कंबाइन करते थे. तो दे कंबाइंड केन्स आइडियाज फॉर शॉर्ट रन एंड दे कंबाइंड क्लासिकल आइडियाज फॉर लॉन्ग रन. तो दे अग्रीड कि ठीक है, लॉन्ग रन में द एज कर्व विल बिकम वर्टिकल, माने आउटपुट विल बी एट फुल एम्प्लॉयमेंट लेवल. एंड शॉर्ट रन में जैसे केन्स बोल रहे हैं कि प्राइजेस स्टिकी हैं, सो वी फिक्स द प्राइस एट सम लेवल एंड वी कॉल दिस एज अ शॉर्ट रन एज कर्व. बट दे went through middle ground. They said कि ठीक है, केन्स भी कहीं कहीं ठीक है, and Kane is also okay somewhere, he is also correct somewhere, and classical is also correct somewhere. कहीं कहीं both of them are fine. So they gave us the ISLM model and they gave us the original Phillips curve. They started talking about the Phillips curve, right? And as this was approaching, so this was again during the period of 1940s to 1970s, that they started talking about Keynes plus classical. हमारे पास एक और स्कूल ऑफ थॉट आना स्टार्ट हुआ. वी हैड अनदर स्कूल ऑफ थॉट which was called as the monetarist school of thought. This was, their era was about 1960s to 1980s. ये वाला पीरियड था monetarist school of thought का. Anyone can tell me who was the main person in monetarist school of thought? It was Friedman. So Friedman was the main person during monetary school of thought. और उन्होंने एक बहुत important line बोली which all of you have to remember. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomena. माने उन्होंने बोला कि basically the most important thing which anyone has to do is that you have to focus on the supply of money. क्योंकि supply of money is going to lead to inflation in the economy. Right? उन्होंने बोला इफ देयर इज मोर सप्लाई ऑफ मनी, अगर सेंट्रल बैंक सप्लाई ऑफ मनी इंक्रीज करेंगे इन्फ्लेशन विल इंक्रीज, व्हेन देयर इज लेस सप्लाई ऑफ मनी इन्फ्लेशन विल डिक्रीज. सो ही दे डिडंट फोकस ऑन दिस एएस एंड एडी. उन्होंने ये नहीं बोला दैट what happens when AD will shift to right, price will increase. No. They said inflation is only a monetary phenomena. Inflation को हम सिर्फ money से link करेंगे. We'll only link inflation to money. And he argued that money supply is the most important thing. Even more important than government spending. Government का spending पे इतना focus नहीं है. Focus है money supply पे. Right? That is the most important aspect which we should be focusing on. Okay. Then during 1970s to 80s, we had another school of thought which derived, which was called as the new classical, not neo, but new classical economist. The new classical economists were Lucas and Sargent. And I have already talked about this just some time back कि इन्होंने क्या क्या बोला. What was PIP? What was Lucas supply curve? तो now ये जो new classical economists थे, they basically started talking about the expectation theory. उन्होंने रैशनल एक्सपेक्टेशन के बारे में बात करना स्टार्ट कर दिया. I said, right? So this is 1970s, 1980s. Right? And यहाँ पे they introduced a new term which you can remember, which is called as real business cycle, RBC model. Real business cycle model. Real business cycle model said that, so abhi tak what we thought is that whenever we will have business cycle, whenever we will have period of boom, recession, till now we always thought that this period of recession, it was coming due to lack of aggregate demand. क्योंकि डिमांड कम है, दैट इज वाई वी थॉट कि हाँ रिसेशन आ रहा है. हाँ, नो डिमांड माने लेस प्रोडक्शन माने फैक्ट्रीज विल क्लोज डाउन. फैक्ट्रीज विल क्लोज डाउन तो वो एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं देंगी. नो एम्प्लॉयमेंट मीन्स हाई अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट. अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट हाई होगा तो पीपल विल नॉट हैव इनकम. नो मनी, so they will demand less. A cycle will be created, right? So this is what was causing recession in the economy. But now we went ahead and we brought in something called as real business cycle model. And a real business cycle model, it's a subset of ये theory, new classical theory only. Real business cycle model said कि जो भी shocks आ रहे हैं, whatever shocks are coming, वो टेक्नोलॉजी की वजह से हैं. It's due to technology, right? Or due to supply, not due to demand. So they said that whatever changes are coming, they are due to supply side or technological side. But not due to demand. Okay. So this is what the new classical economists started talking about. उसके बाद we had the coming up of new Keynesian school of thought. This is 1980s onwards. हाँ, तो ऐसा नहीं है that when one ended the other started. I don't think like that. ऐसा कहीं नहीं हुआ कि अच्छा one school of thought ended then the other started. No, they are simultaneous also school of thought, but they're happening in different places of the world. Like Australian school of thought भी exist कर रहा है simultaneously with other school of thoughts, but they're happening in different places of the world. This is how you can go ahead and you can remember. ऐसा नहीं है that they cannot mix with each other. So if one goes from 1960s to 1980s, the other can start from 1970s. These are different economists sitting at different position, thinking about different things and publishing them. They can calling them different things. So ऐसा नहीं है कि एक खत्म होता है तो दूसरा शुरू होता है. Not like that. You just have to remember कि okay, when are they beginning? Till what period their thought was prominent, till what period they were famous, वैसे नहीं. Are you understanding? So there is no fixed timeline. I can give you an interval that between this to this school of thought economist emerged. Right? So then we had the new Keynesian. I'll just look in the chat. 1 minute. Okay, huh? So then we had the new Keynesian school of thought, which was 1980 onwards, in which we had Stiglitz, Mankiw, Yellen. So right? Stiglitz, Mankiw, Yellen. Now, these people, right, they went ahead and they said that we accept rational expectation, but we can still prove why markets can still fail, even with the existence of rational expectations. Rational expectations के होते हुए भी market fail कर सकती है. Markets can fail despite rational expectation. And they focused on something called as menu cost, right? The cost of changing the price. क्यों बार बार price change करना मुश्किल है? Why you cannot change the price? It's a lot of printing thing. And they also introduced the concept of efficient wages. Money, why you may want to pay wage more than the minimum wage या reservation wage. So they said that, you know what, we can go ahead and we can see that firms are anyways paying more than the minimum wage because they want to retain their labor. बार बार labor को employ करना, उनको पढ़ाना, जो भी training देना, it's very difficult. Right? So on the job training again and again and again is very difficult. Therefore, we will be paying more than the wage, reservation wage. Right? So these new Keynesian, they actually said that the only way in which you can operate the economy will be through monetary policies. तो उन्होंने फोकस किया इंटरेस्ट रेट पे एज प्राइमरी टूल. So every school of thought had a different concept. Okay, someone focused on government fiscal policy, someone focused on monetary policy, someone said only monetary, and so on and so forth. Right? Now, there is another school of thought which was known as the Austrian school of thought. Austrian school of thought basically was founded in 1871 by, you would have heard his name, Karl Menger. This is Menger. Austrian school of thought आया by Karl Menger. He published a book in 1871 जिसका नाम था Principles of Economics. Right? And he said that value is a subjective concept. This is the first thing they focused on. Right? So they said that why this is important. Actually, it's a microeconomics concept. They actually introduced something called as marginal revolution. Right? The marginal means the extra utility you get from something, the extra value you get from something. So they said that value is subjective in nature. The extra return or extra value I will get from water is different from what you will get. Right? And then in 1912, Under the same school of thought, we talked about money and credit. Right? So then we said that we went ahead and we said that in 1912, we went ahead and we said that we can go ahead and we can cause booms and recessions. How? By lowering the interest rate. So we can artificially cause a business cycle. This is what he said. उन्होंने बोला कि हम बिजनेस साइकिल जो ये बना रहे हैं वैसे तो सोचा जाता है दैट इट्स अ नेचुरल प्रोसेस, इट हैपेंस इन एवरी इकोनॉमी, बट आई कैन क्रिएट माय बिजनेस साइकिल इन द इकोनॉमी. And how I can create a business cycle? Well, I can do it by changing the interest rates in the economy. ठीक है, तो I can artificially induce a business cycle. मैं खुद से एक business cycle create कर सकती हूँ. How I can create the business cycle? By changing and fluctuating the interest rate. Then in 1940s, under them was introduced the knowledge problem. The knowledge problem can be accounted for, or it can be, you can give the reward for it to Hayek. ठीक है, उन्होंने बोला कि नो गवर्नमेंट, नो सेंट्रल प्लानर कैन एवर हैव एज मच इंफॉर्मेशन एज प्राइस सिग्नल ऑफ अ फ्री मार्केट. माने जितना एक मार्केट को जब आप अपने आप में छोड़ दो, व्हेन यू लीव द मार्केट टू इटसेल्फ, राइट, and the things that this price can signal, the price can tell you, जो चीजें प्राइस बता सकता है इन अ फ्री मार्केट, no government can have as much information itself. Right? So they said that price of free market carries maximum information, much more than any government can ever have. I have not included this in the notes yet. I will include this so that you can read it once before I send the final version to the team. Huh? So you will have to give me time to include this in the notes. So in 1940s, this is the knowledge problem which we encountered. Okay? So these are all your Austrian school of thought. Austrian. एक और school of thought आया which is your Australian school of thought. Australian school of thought, while it's not a theory, जैसे Keynesian, but they have been known for a system of protectionism. ठीक है, they have been known for a system of protectionism, right? So they, unlike Adam Smith, जिन्होंने बोला laissez-faire, leave the market to itself, इन्होंने बोला ना, we will not leave the market to itself, we will ensure that our labor get a minimum wage. So they introduced the concept of basic wage or minimum wage. Right? So this is the important aspects that you have to go ahead and know. Now let me look into the chat. Yes, everything related to Lucas is covered and in New Classical. So business cycle is not related to one school of thought. Each school of thought can have different concept in business cycle. Any other doubt here? Anyone? Is it clear? Okay. So now, if you go back, here I have covered in the notes as of now, difference between classical and Keynes. Based on different aspects, that how the AS curve looks, whether prices are sticky or not, right? Whether output is at full employment or not. I've covered all of this. What about interest rate? Okay. But you have to read this table thoroughly. I am 150% sure कि इस table से ऊपर they cannot ask you anything in this classical versus Keynes. So make sure that you read this table thoroughly. Okay. And one more thing here, which I forgot to mention, which is that what happens to the interest rate determination. ये भी कभी कभी पूछ लेते हैं. How interest rate is determined in the two models. So I will just cover that. According to classicals, since classical said that market will always clear, so even the interest rate is determined in the market. And what happens to the market? Market में interest rate के लिए क्या है? We have the loanable fund market. Isn't it? So according to classicals, their investment theory is that the interest rate in the economy is determined by the market. Market क्या है? Wherever demand of money, here L means loanable funds, not labor. तो अगर आपको confusion है, you represent it by some other alphabet. So where demand of funds is equal to supply of fund, वहां पे interest rate will be determined. अच्छा, who will demand loans? Firms can demand loans for the purpose of investment. Government can demand loan for the purpose of expenditure. है ना? Who will supply loan? Household will supply loan indirectly. कैसे आता है loans? How is bank giving loan? From the deposit of household through savings. And when these two are equal, suppose abhi, let's begin with no government sector, two sector economy. So when these two are equal, we get S is equal to I. यही तो primary equation था. That saving should be equal to investment. And then you can also take it to two sector economy, say three sector economy. We have seen that. So when Y is equal to C plus I plus G plus NX, है ना? तो Y minus T, that means disposable income, is C plus I plus G minus T plus X minus N. I have subtracted T from both sides. And now I can take it here. Y minus T minus C is equal to I plus G minus T plus X minus N. So this is nothing but savings is equal to investment plus G minus T plus X minus N. This is your four sector economy equation. We have seen this many times. तो माने ये जब हम बात करते हैं how classical said interest rate will be determined in the economy, basically it's where the market clears, जहां पे market clear हो रही है. And now we go ahead. I cannot send it on Telegram number 1 beta. The reason is that it is getting circulated. I put in about 6 to 7 hours at the night to get the notes made. So Telegram and printouts are not possible. I am sorry for that. It has to be there on portal. Already many random people are joining the Zoom. To be very frank, I cannot tell it to you guys how private messages, random private messages are coming on the Zoom every day, which I am completely ignoring. And this has happened only in this year's batch. So this is a lot of my hard work. If I just put it on Telegram, it is going to increase your own competition. It is going to be randomly circulated everywhere. I am going to do the marathons every year. Believe me, I am not losing anything in it. But the content is out in public. So nothing is there which is protecting you from clearing the exam then. So it will be on the portal. Everything is getting explained. You have to write it down. Also, it should never be a panic situation for you. The syllabus was completed in November. This is all extra. So when I do a thing, I don't assume I am teaching you for the first time. I assume I am helping you revise the content. I always tell you, don't think that because marathons are being done, it means that you have, it's like you have all the thing in the world that you can wait till Jan and then just rely on the marathon. This is my extra effort towards you. Does not mean you will not put in your effort till Jan and not do the things, right? Every day, believe me, I get 30, 40 requests to do different topics on marathons. Is it even possible to cover everything again, the entire syllabus again in 10, 15 days? Still, I am trying my best to sit with you for 4, 5 hours a day to wrap the macroeconomics, to wrap other subjects. So the requests can be infinite, but the resource is limited. You have to put in your own effort. Okay. So the next thing that we have here, that is basically, so this is the how the market clears in the classical model. अब हम बात करते हैं Keynes में interest rate determination. So in Keynes, interest rate is determined by the model which I have already done yesterday, which is MEC model, which is marginal efficiency of capital. तो ये हमने पहले ही पढ़ा है. We have already done it in the last class. How interest rate is determined in Keynes model, how we compare MEC with interest rate with R, how we do investment, what happens, what not happens, right? So we have seen the two models separately. Okay, one is a classical model, S is equal to I model, flexible interest rate. One is a comparison of MEC with interest rates. Okay. Often according to Keynes, the interest rate is inelastic. बहुत ज़्यादा change नहीं हो सकता है. It is assumed to be a bit sticky in nature. ठीक है. Okay. Also, we have seen that Keynes also gave a theory of the demand of money. तो वो भी एक चीज है which you have to remember. The demand of money theory by Keynes, which said that L is equal to L1Y plus L2R. ठीक है. So this is the difference between classical and Keynes, and I want all of you to read this through completely. ठीक है. Now we'll move on to different investment theories. So see, when we talk about the investment theories, सबसे पहले you have to understand that there are two most important investment theories जो एग्जाम में पूछी जा सकती है. That is the accelerator model and the flexible accelerator model. पहला तो ये है that they may ask you about the accelerator model and they may ask you about flexible accelerator model. Apart from this, they may also go ahead and they may also ask you about Tobin's Q. I've covered all this in the notes. You can read it through. Okay. And at last, there is one Keynesian model which I have already covered yesterday, MEC and R model. So that can also be asked. Okay. Apart from this, if at all they go further, वैसे जाना नहीं चाहिए, towards the end, we can do neoclassical investment model. Bas, these are the 5 most important models in the investment theory. ठीक है. Let's move on to the first one, which is our accelerator model. When we talk about accelerator model, it basically goes ahead. So the word accelerator, it means what? Basic accelerator model. It means that investment depends on output. अच्छा एक बात बताओ. Till now, we studied something called as investment multiplier. What was investment multiplier telling us? Investment multiplier was going ahead and telling us how the output is changing when investment is changing. So how output changes as investment changes. माने when I increase investment, जब firm ज़्यादा invest करते हैं, तो since y is equal to c plus I plus g plus nx, when investment changes, how output will change. ये था investment multiplier. This was called as investment multiplier. अब हमें इसका reverse देखना है, right? Now we have to see that investment will increase when income will increase. तो ये reverse हो गया. So the accelerator model this is basically going ahead and telling us that, you know what, when your income increases, then your investment will increase. Okay. Now, we have seen that there is a synonymity between income and output. ये हमें पता है. ये हमने पढ़ा है कि जीडीपी की जब हम बात करें, चाहे वो इनकम हो, चाहे वो आउटपुट हो, चाहे वो एक्सपेंडिचर हो, ये तीनों सेम बात है. There is a synonymity between income, output and expenditure. All three are same. So can we go ahead and can we say that when output increases, क्योंकि y is income also and y is output also. So I can say when output increases, investment will increase. The simplest version of this model says investment is equal to some V times the difference between output, where this is your investment, this is your change in national income या output, and this is called as accelerator coefficient, which is nothing but capital output ratio.